Okay, everybody, who we 186, the Traditionalist 101, and this is the Overrated Podcast, episode 137, part 2. We are going to continue the podcast we did on Tuesday, but we're gonna switch it up because we will talk about NBA stuff later on in the show. But right now we had to, we have to talk about this because we have two people that we know.
Yes.
Shout out to James, aka Rat2399. Say hi to everybody if you're there.
Yo, what's going on, everybody?
Okay, and then we do have someone else joining us. I'm just wondering I'm just wondering what's going on. But okay, there we go. Whip ice cream pie. It's a weird name. But Kenley, what's going on, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Testing.
Yeah, we can hear. Yeah, we can hear you.
You're not frozen.
Yeah, you're not frozen. You're good. Now, what made you change? I'm curious. What made you change your name to Critical Drop to Whip Ice Cream Pie?
No, that's the Discord. That's the Discord name.
No, that's what we see right now.
Yeah, that's
Whip
the
ice
Discord
cream
name, not my.
Oh, okay, that's right. That you do have that on the Discord. But it's a funny name though. It's a funny name. I've seen funny names like that where people call themselves like Ice Cream Sundae or popcorn pie. Oh, it's just weird. It's weird, but it's funny at the same time. So shout out to that. Oh yeah, so this is the Traditionalist 101. Like Hubi said, we are going to continue from what we started on Tuesday. And man, do I have a whole lot to say when it comes to gaming and sports. So, but yeah, I want to just give a huge shout out to you, Big James, and oh yeah, he got his icon on there.
I realized the cam was on, so on the StreamYard, whatever it is.
All right, good
Okay.
stuff.
Okay.
All right, cool.
All right. So before we start, obviously these two guys are here because they pretty much played Stellar. They're playing Stellar Blade right now. I know James, you've been playing it. Critical Drop, I know you've been playing it. I haven't played it. I don't really have an interest in playing it.
Do you mind telling us why?
I think I said this on Tuesday. It just doesn't. It really doesn't do.
I think you did. I just don't remember.
Yeah, because you don't pay attention to me. That's why. It's one of the biggest problems in our relationship, heterosexual relationship, right? So you don't listen to me.
What the hell did you just say?
Heterosexual relationship.
The bromance.
Bromance. It's straight, not non-sexual. Relax.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it doesn't do it for me. It is not. It isn't really my type of game. Now, if you think it's my type of game, then you guys can convince me because the only thing I've been hearing is a bunch of people bitching and complaining about this game. And
yeah, we'll get to that part, but before that, do you like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, Nier Automata, or the old school God of War games, or even the old school Castlevania games like Lamest of Innocence, Lord of Darkness, any of those?
Hey, Big James, would you include Ninja Gaiden in that also?
Technically, because of the way the camera and the game is, yes, because it's technically an ARPG.
Okay, the only two games I played in that group is Devil May Cry and God of War. The only game, and God of War, and Devil May Cry 3 was the only Devil May Cry I.
Oh, the good one, the GOAT. Okay, so I will say that it's comparable to those RPGs, just more fluent, more visually stunning, stuff like that. Because of the technology of the times, you can't really compare the two, but it's in the ARPG era. So if you like those, you would technically like these, because I know you're not a person that goes for the sensual aesthetics, but as far as gameplay wise, it's solid. So
okay, what about you? Critical Drop.
Yeah, yes, I would say the same thing. Like James said, it's like Devil May Cry, God of War. I will also say I would kind of put, James probably might disagree, Metal Gear Rising. I don't know if you played that.
I played
You actually played that at our house, I believe.
Yeah. And
Would you?
I actually thought that game was cool. So
Yeah, but you never bought it, so it's fine.
yeah. But I actually think that game's cool. So okay, so here what we're gonna do. Like I said, we'll do the NBA talk later. We're gonna talk about these two top. Well, mainly Stellar Blade, but 'cause I know Steve, if I know you want to talk about the Pokemon Go situation, but let's talk about Stellar Blade.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Or before you do that, let me shout out some people. Malta, how you doing, bro? Nice to see you. Nolan, how you doing? And yes, that is tradition with his brother right there. So they're literally across the hall from each other. So, all right, so shout out to you guys.
Yeah, shout
Now
out to you guys.
right,
Well, hold on. Before you do that, though, they did wanted to explain how the game is and how like. Well, I guess a quick
Yeah, let's
review.
not go over the drama before we go after the
okay,
good stuff first.
okay,
Yeah,
no problem, no problem.
Yeah, so you go first, James.
Okay. So I personally gave the game like a 9 to 9.5 out of 10.
Oh snap!
Uh, and yeah, it's high regardless of all the other garbage going on because a lot of it's being misconstrued. I compare this very closely to Near Automata. Music's really good, very fluent. At first, I was kind of like taken back by the background and the scenery because I thought it was almost like a carbon copy, but it does have its own look, its own appeal, story, and everything else. The fighting mechanics are actually much different. But the main reason why is because if anybody who played Near Automata, you play with 2B and you have your little your drone next to you. Well, with Eve, you have your character and you have a drone that a human pilots next to you. But the differences is in what they can do and everything else. But it roam around, it does everything else. But like I said, me saying that it's a 9.5 out of 10 means that I give it a high regard. So the reason why it doesn't get a 10 out of 10 for me is two reasons. The first one is too much hand holding. Um, so what I mean by that is just like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because I am trying to go through that game as well. Too many indicators on like ladders and everything else. They do this thing in most RPGs where they splash paint on the area where you can climb up. They'll have like red blinkers or markers or indicators to tell you like, hey, if you don't know where you're going, this is where you're supposed to go. And then they also have indiscretionally the word hint that shows up on the screen that tells you to hit the left D-pad. Um, and all of that feels like it's too much because they give you a feature called scan in the game, which allows you to look at the map and look around and see what's around, whether it's a human or enemy or whatever else. So it's kind of like, wait, do you want me to get carried or do you want me to actually figure it out for myself? And because I come from older style games, I want to figure it out for myself. Um, and then the only other part, it is part Souls game this a little bit, where you can rest at rest stops, and um, and they will replenish your health, but it also respawns the enemies, which is a cool thing because that means I get to farm enemies. But what Souls games do to you is if you dumb enough to die, you lose whatever progress you had from that point from the save, and you would be able to fight that enemy back and try to get it back. In this one, they don't do that; they just give it to you. And I rather play the game on hard mode. So, but that's just a personal preference for me. But outside of those two things, the game's great.
Quick question. That little device or drone that you mentioned that's following you around,
Yeah.
are you able to control it independently also?
No.
No.
It's literally a plot device for the game.
Oh,
Um, it's different from Near Automata, where it's like you do certain attacks and 2B's drone actually did something with you. It literally roams around and helps you to progress the story forward and talks to you.
okay, okay, cool. All right, your
Right.
turn, cream pie.
Pause.
Don't wait. Can you just call him Critical Job, please?
No.
Oh, pause.
All right.
The same guy that you know what? Never mind.
All right. Jan says 9.5 out, like 9.5 out, 9 out of 9.5 out of 10. Me, so far, I only played like 2 hours of it, which is like not really enough, but so far I would give it 4.5 out of 5. So far, which is kind of like the same score. 4.5 out of 5. Like the soundtrack of the game is basically like James said, it's one of the best parts of the game. Like the music, like it's just addicting to it, and the combat is sweet as well. The only, like you said, the only downside is like the combat kind of like it's kind of like easy, like give you like so many hints. Like I'm like I want to do this on my own. Like I said, I don't want to see no color. This this is coming. I said nah, I want to do this.
Oh, that sucks. I don't want to know or be aware.
Did you turn that off?
People coming at me. I don't like that.
Like, can't you turn that off?
As far as the notification for the hint thing, possibly I haven't bothered to mess with that. I just been going through the game. But for the most part, it's a mechanic in the game because most games appeal to casuals now. So it's one of those things of, hey, somebody look like they've been spending 5 hours in one spot. They don't know where to go. They're just going in circles. This is a way to help you out.
That's funny because I remember when we was at your place, we had a small discussion about how games are being a little too easy, nowadays, and constantly holding your hand. And I just feel like that kind of it kind of just cheapens the experience, at least for me. You know what I'm saying?
A little bit. That's the reason why I was. Go ahead.
I have a quick question. Okay, so right now we're watching gameplay from Shiroko. Shout out to him.
Shout out.
Watching gameplay from Shiroko. All right, and she did something interesting before she climbed the ladder. She sat down, right? Fascinating. But she sat down and there was a glow. What was that? Was that a save point or what?
Yeah. So what they have in the game is they got these rest points that you got to use Vita coins for, and it's kind of like you have to operate them. They're kind of like I guess you could say like the Warfront's recovery area. What that allows you to do is purchase skills, purchase like specific items or whatever to use in game, and to also replenish your health. But when you do that, you also respawn all the enemies you just killed. So that's the part that makes it kind of like a Souls game a little bit.
Okay.
I
was just asking.
And also I'll say this on Stellar Beta as well. Like the characters so far are written very, very well. I'm like the story on how the main character is, and list goes on. I ain't gonna spoil it because I want y'all to see for yourself. But as the beginning of the story, you're like, oh snap. And then as it progresses, I'm like, they did extremely well with with character development. They did very good. That's basically one of the best parts of the game. Character development, the music, like it's just
the dialogue.
For example, like you see the small enemies right there, like that little. I would consider it small, not the big bosses. Like that small enemy, like you see the soundtrack and like it kind of picks up, but when it's like those puny enemies, like the one on the right. Like the music is like calm, like because they're lightweights. But when you get to the heavy ones, those bigger ones, that's when the music gets more. More crazy.
I actually really appreciate when game developers actually use enemies or certain stages where it dictates the flow of the music. I always thought that was pretty cool.
And I'm just looking at this just now. I'm sorry, Steve, but what did she just pick up just now?
Okay, so so the one thing that they do promote, or I shouldn't say they do promote, but I guess they want you to do, is they want you to actually explore the world around you. So they have these, I guess, other androids like Eve or humanoids, however you want to call them, that they lost their life, but I guess they didn't lose their soul or their spark or whatever it is. And so when she picked that up, she they have two different types. One increases your health, and then one increases your special meter, and that allows you, to progress in the game. No different than Dante picking up like the blood orbs to increase his health or his double trigger type of thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, got to word the same thing with the stuff.
Yeah, but you actually do have to like go, try to traverse it. It makes you want to traverse the stage. I actually because one part that I didn't mention that's also with the rest area is some of the rest areas actually do have telephones, like old payphones. So paying
Mhm.
homage to old school, that actually allows you to fast travel like back to old areas.
Okay.
That's really awesome. I
Yeah,
do
well,
like the fact
continue.
that I could be wrong, but it does look like this game is not really. I mean, is the game kind of linear? I can't say the word right.
Linear.
Linear. Well, I'm asking you, or Big James, or you could actually explore, at different areas.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It's not a Zelda type. It's not Breath of the Wild
Yeah,
open world.
it's not big open world, not like
Yeah. So while you do have a large area to traverse because they do have hidden areas and everything else, at the end of the day, it is somewhat linear.
Okay.
Um, because that's the only way to kind of progress the story. That's the reason why I was telling you, like the hint indicators, they keep trying to push you towards the story
hmm
because at that point, you're just gonna, like I said, you think about a Souls game. Like if you played Bloodborne, you kill everything in the area, but you don't want to move on. What you're gonna do? You're gonna rest and respawn everything and kill everything again. It's either that or you progress the story in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I figured I knew it was going to be like similar to Zelda, but I thought maybe it would probably be similar to like the old school Tomb Raider games where you could actually explore, different areas, secret passageways, and things like that.
No, there's that. That is in there. It's
Oh,
just
okay.
you got to look at it like near automata. Like I said, the closest example of this game is near automata with a slight Souls, Dark Souls type of vibe to it. Like that's the easiest way that I can compare it to.
Okay.
Oh, one other thing that I can tell you about since you are watching the gameplay of it in battle, one good thing that they actually did was they added color indicators when it comes down to I guess the counterattack system when fighting. So it's like you have dodge and you have parry. If you dodge, a color indicator is red. If you want to
hmm
do a dodge counter, it's blue. If you want to do a parry, no, it's not a parry. Parry is gold,
yeah.
but the parry counter doesn't have a color to it. But there's one that's purple and it's based off the counter. I think it's a retreat attack or whatever else. So as long as you're good with button execution, this game literally tells you everything that an enemy's going to do. And normally you have at least like a second or two before it actually happens that you can actually implement that, and you can actually widen the reaction window with the skill tree when you have enough points to do it. Also,
Oh, nice, nice.
Okay.
So,
So, all right.
with all that being said, does the game entice you of buying it, Hoovy? Does it interest you now?
No. But I mean, if it's on like PlayStation Plus or whatever, then I'll give it a try.
So you're basically just gonna
I'll give
come
it a
over
try.
and be like, I'm gonna just basically see
But
how it is,
all right. So
just like Hades and whatnot.
no,
He's
I
talking to
mean,
you, Hoovy.
if I'm ever at your house, I'll definitely try it. No. If I'm over you guys' house, I'll definitely give it a try. But like I'm not gonna buy the game. But if I have an opportunity to play it, I'll give it a go to see how it is. Because I'm not into Souls games or anything like it.
it's an action RPG with Souls
Soul
mechanics.
elements. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not a fan of the soul genre in general. If it's light on it, then I can live through it. But it's just not my thing.
Okay.
So
So I guess you want to get into the drama, right?
I mean, shit. That's all I up until now. That's all I heard about.
Okay.
What's the problem? What's going on?
Okay.
Oh, what's
So
up, Torian? Shout out to
Oh,
you, bro.
yeah. What's going on, Torian? Also shout out some people. Ruben, what's going on, bro? He
Ruben.
he he, he said that we should all play Borderlands.
which
What are your thoughts about that? I don't know.
I mean, I don't mind, but the only game that I played at any point recent was Borderlands 3, and that was PS4 like 5 years ago.
Hmm.
I want to play competitive games, not team. I don't want to team up with you guys unless it's Helldivers. I
Oh my.
haven't played it yet.
Uh,
Helldivers, Helldivers is the goat. Um,
The props to Torian. How you doing, bro? All right, so yeah, what's the controversy about? What's going on?
okay, so the biggest controversy is the fact that before the game came out, Grumps, who's the I guess the creator of it or whatever else, was pretty much saying that the game was going to come out uncensored. So anybody that played the demo of the game where they got a whole lot of TNA, they got a whole lot of blood and everything else, like pretty much the way he made the game, they weren't going to have any no type of censorship. But what ended up happening was for a lot of, again, I can't speak for the disc, but I'm guessing it's on there. But the digital version had a day one patch, which for some of the outfits that Eve had I'll say 10 to 15% more censorship on some of the outfits, and the blood was toned down. So instead of having like a super deep V on like a bathing suit, there was maybe like some type of a cover up in between that showed like less of the cleavage, and like where the panty line was, it showed less of where the hip area is towards the camel toe. But what's going on is that uh, a lot of people are saying it's the DEI people that are causing this, the censorship police, the woke police, and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And the woke police are claiming that, oh my God, y'all are upset because y'all are not having y'all TNA, but it actually isn't about the TNA. And Grums actually made a statement, I think it was on X, stating that this is how he wanted the game. But Grums is also the people that created the mobile game Nikke. And if you see Nikke, Nikke is hella TNA. Like there's no censorship to that at all. So it almost seems disingenuous. So most fans know that Sony has a gun to his head to pretty much tell him he has to do that. So pretty much the woke police kind of like got their claws into it. But what the fans are trying to say is that if the woke police literally they take the inch and then they're going to turn that into a mile. So eventually the game, if not later on in other patches, they're going to eventually censor the hell out the game or any other future games that he tries to do. So that's the reason why people are upset. It's not the fact that they don't have less TNA, but the fact that Grums made that statement first off, and then that doesn't end up happening, also makes it false advertisement, because Sony is also losing hella money on PlayStation Plus subscribers right now and on
yep.
the game for refunds because it's false advertisement. So it's pretty much one of those things of the name Sweet Baby Inc. always gets thrown out. I don't know if that's the one that actually is with Sony that might have caused this whole issue with the censorship, but it's one of those things of the woke police are saying like, why are you worried about the whole TNA? You still get TNA, and the fans are saying it's honestly not about the TNA. It's the fact of the matter is that the game shouldn't have been censored in the first place, especially since the developer said that he wasn't going to do it, but it happened, and because of other subsequent games that woke police have been in that you know that are making people mad because of all the negativity that is revolving around them. They don't want that in the game at all. So
Are are you in support of people boycotting or canceling subscriptions because of it, or you think that's just a stupid thing? Because I'm pretty sure that's where Hoovy is leaning onto.
so you already, I've already spoke to y'all about it. I actually used to have PlayStation Plus a long time ago, and that was before they did this whole subscription garbage. I actually don't support that at all. If they would have kept it the old way, maybe that would have been, but it's just a matter of they looked at other streaming platforms and got money hungry because this whole tier listing and all this other stuff, and I'll end up going down a very long road with that, so I won't even get into that. Um, but the thing about it is big companies don't pay attention to you if you don't vote with your wallet. Because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. So I know Grumps put a petition in to see if he can get the a patch to where they can get the the uncensored version back. I don't know what the the numbers are or whatever it is at that, but in my opinion, honestly, no developer needs to have any company like Sweet Baby Inc. In it or the EI because a lot of people aren't wanting to play games because of it right now.
Exactly.
Because the whole point of a video game, especially one as fantasy driven as this, is that you want to be immersed in the game. You don't want to be thinking about real life all the time. Kind of like Helldivers. Helldivers has the people have literally told, the alphabet community and the woke police, kiss my butt and kick rocks. Like, it's about one humanity, super Earth fighting bugs and Terminators. So it actually needs to stay that way. If you want to make a game, you should have all the creative liberty in the world to be able to make the game that you want. And especially if you're showcasing this game out to the public, you do that. Now, if for whatever reason you're part of this pandering coddle police and everything else, then you make your game. But time has already proven because they're calling this Gamergate 2. I don't even remember Gamergate 1 or I didn't really pay attention to it.
I do.
But the fact of the matter is the fact that they're calling this Gamergate 2, that means that there's a lot of negativity behind this. And just like with war and in the past, you need to have things of the past to learn and make sure that you do things in the future. If we already had a Gamergate 1 and you've seen how negative that was, if they're calling this Gamergate 2, why shouldn't developers and people be listening to this and be like, yo, the fact that we added these people in and they're calling it this seems kind of negative. Maybe we need to backstep and not have these people in it, which I think is happening because I've been listening to videos and everything else. Apparently the first studio got shut down, I don't know, between yesterday or today, but a studio was closed down because of this woke police nonsense with the DEI and everything else. So we'll
What
see
studio
how
was that?
I will look it up and I will let you know
Right.
because it was on a video. So, but y'all go ahead because I know I talk a lot. So do you think?
McKinley,
Well,
you
it-
can go.
Oh, okay. I was gonna.
Let the guest go. McKinley.
Yeah. All right. Basically, like James touched down on the whole censorship crap, and I don't know if you guys saw this video or saw this on news that even freaking IGN had to apologize to the developers of Stellar Blade because I don't know if you
Really?
saw that tweet that they had originally posted.
Do you have it?
I wish I could send the link to your video, but I can't.
Okay.
But here's what the tweet that I seen on the video right now. And this is from Ash Parrish, who works for IGN, and they saying that there's the original tweet said my problem with Stellar is honestly that the character isn't sexy enough. And what she says, she said there's a subtle but important distinction between empowering sexuality, aka Bayonetta, and the male gaze ass and titty sexuality. I'm just like, really?
Wait. What's the person's name?
Ash Parrish, like Parrish.
Okay. Ash Parrish.
And the person who responded, they saying that another person say IGN and trash reporters are desperate to remove this from history and claim they always loved Bayonetta and Stellar Blade. Look what happened to you guys now. I'm like IGN, you are the same company who praised Call of Duty Black Ops. I think one of the Call of Duty Black Ops that was so terrible, and one of the Call of Duties, y'all so Call of Duty based, and yet you gave a good game like this a 7 out of 10. I'm just like, and the fact that there was one time I'll never forget, they saying that, oh, I think it was Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, they gave it a 6 out of 10 because there's too much water. I'm like, what? I'm like, are you serious?
That's stupid.
I'm just like,
Oh well, Steven, I don't know if you've been paying attention to it, but or you of you also, but they've IGN been having
Well,
to backpedal a lot with the stuff that they said.
Is this the person you're talking about, McKinley?
Oh, we can't see anything. Can you
can't
show
see
it?
anything.
Oh, hold on, my bad. Is this the person you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. What was the tweet that you sent out?
She probably deleted it because most likely it was around it's an old one. It's around January 4th.
January.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. You don't need to be doing that.
You don't need to be searching for it, but like somebody posted it and then she most likely deleted because if it's not there.
Oh, okay. So you calling out on her hypocrisy? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, basically. She's saying that she was saying that why are we praising this? She said, why are we praising this game when yet we're praising Bayonetta, but we shouldn't be praising this game. I'm just like,
oh yeah. So you're calling out the hypocrisy. I see what you're saying.
I'm like, you're calling out a game like this, and then you're praising Bayonetta. I'm like,
which
that
is also
makes no sense.
Yeah, which is also a very sexual character. I get it. I get it.
I'm like, that makes no sense. I'm just like, oh.
Here's the reason why I have this article here.
I got your James. I'll watch it later.
Okay.
Oh, watch what?
I sent the link for Sweet Baby Inc. that destroyed the gaming studio.
Oh, okay.
Besides Suicide Squad, the game.
Oh man, they're killing games and studios.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with this article here, there's really it's mainly one reason why I have this article. If Hubi could show
it. Yeah. I got you.
Now, as you all can see, it says that people are trying to refund Stellar Blade. I've heard that people was already successful at doing that anyway.
Yeah, because Sony is known for not giving refunds, but they're kind of forced to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the main reason why this is here is really to show more proof to my partner over here, Huvi186. Basically showcasing to him that listen, people are getting sick and tired of developers changing their games, and I think one of your argument was, now correct me if I'm wrong, Huvi, because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I remember you said something about where people are going to play the game, it doesn't necessarily matter. And then my argument was to you, if this continues to be a trend, yes, video games are a lot easier. I mean, you would say things like movies are easier to boycott or comics are easier to boycott, but not much so with video games. But I think video games is not a safe industry either. They're not a safe industry. Like, I think people will absolutely boycott video games or ask for refund on video games if developers are taking far too much control. We don't need babysitters. We're grown men. We don't need overseers. With these games, we don't need that. Stop trying to act like you know what's best for us,
Well,
because you don't.
Steven, I'm gonna interject. I'm gonna interject on this because when we're talking about this game in particular, the censorship is because of the woke brigade,
Yep.
and the biggest issue that's going on. And I don't like getting into like the social media aspects of it, and I guess you could say it's part politics. But right now we're in a situation where anything that is fun to men has to get removed, changed, altered, taken away. They just on a side note, if you see what's going on with Warhammer was pretty much completely men dominant, and now they got female custodians, and people are in uproars. People are starting to paint custodians LGBTQ colors, like, and
Hmm.
some very some very subjective colors that promotes like some very bad stuff also. So it is just one of those things of right now it seems like a lot of things when it comes down to woke are becoming anti-man. And I don't want to say that, but there's too many evidences that's kind of showing it in all forms of media. But the biggest reason why with Stellar Blade, and I'm going to try to keep it on Stellar Blade at the moment, but it kind of hits like the big front, is the fact of the matter is the developer, the creator himself is, if I'm correct, if it's Grums, he's part Chinese, part white. The man literally said that his game won't be censored. You'll be getting it as is, and then backpedals and says, "This is how the game was intended to be." But you're the same creator as Nikkei, which has no censorship whatsoever. So there's an obvious contradiction there. The biggest difference, though, is that Sony's giving you money. Sony has the woke brigade and the DEI in their departments now, telling them what you should do. This is going to help. This is going to be so much better. And now we end up with the situation we're at now. Because the biggest thing is the censorship. It's not the TNA or whatever else. Because honestly, if you want to compare Bayonetta, Eve, and 2B, Eve is technically probably the most provocative out of any of these characters that came out of an ARPG, as far as looks wise and everything else. But it's just about they're going to end up getting an inch and they're going to stretch that crap to being over a mile. That's the biggest issue. So, but Sony's going
Well,
to
well, well,
learn.
but my main point was that what I'm the argument that me and Hoovy has been having when it comes to stuff like this, because I'm just trying to take everything as a whole, not just with Stellar Blade, was that he believes that you could just easily bypass everything just as long as the game is good. And what I'm trying to say, this goes far beyond than just gameplay when it comes to games. It goes far beyond than just gameplay.
It is unfortunate, but to do that, you would be getting into the politics of it. So that's the reason why I was trying my best not to.
No, no, no. I'm not trying to make it political. I'm just trying to just make it seem like this is what's happening in the gaming space, in the gaming industry. Just as a whole. You his thing is, as long as the gameplay is good, who cares what they're censoring? Who cares what they're changing? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? My argument is,
Wait,
if
is
it,
that is that really how it is, Hoverdale? That's how, because I don't want him speaking for you since you're here. Is that how it is?
I will address that in a second. I'm just
Okay.
waiting for you guys to finish.
okay, so what I'm trying to let everybody know, or at least let Hoovy know, is that, well, just because the gameplay is good, oh, who cares if about outfits or censoring and things like that? And I say no. People care about how a game is being represented. People care about their characters. People care about their avatars, etc., etc. And then when you make all these certain changes, or like you said, James, when it comes to, as it pertains to Stellar Blade, making all these censoring stuff false advertisement. Like it's to a point to where, okay, yeah, the game may be good, but I'm pissed off of what you're trying to do, all this policing stuff on me. It still affects my experience, within the game itself. It compromises it. And look, I'm only going to read just this part right here where it says a group of Stellar Blade fans accused developer Shift Up and publisher Sony of censoring the game, like you mentioned, Big James. This comes to as Eve's outfit were found to have received changes in the day one patch, with fans arguing that the alterations amount to censorship. The original design are only visible if you have a physical release. So that's important because you mentioned that you got the physical copy on Big James.
Yeah.
Um,
Here.
yeah, and you too, critical job. So shout out to you guys. Have a physical release of Stellar Blade and install it without the day one patch. They were not present in the pre-release copies that reviewers and content creators receive ahead of the game's launch, making the reason behind the changes, unclear. Now, this is what I want to say to everybody on here and to everybody that's in the chat. If you censoring now, I don't know if they're going to make changes eventually on the physical copy. It didn't say that. But if I got a version of a video game where they made changes and they made censorship into it, whatever it is, but yet the other guy who bought the exact same game, but it was its physical copy, but you didn't censor that, yeah, I would be pissed off. I would be pissed off. So if I got the digital version, you censor my stuff, but yet Big James and over here and Critical Drop over there, they didn't have to do with none of that BS. I would be pissed off because we should have the exact same experience, the exact same type of game that we purchase.
I agree.
I would be pissed as a fan.
Steve,
I'd
I
be
agree,
pissed.
I agree with you, but here's the problem, right? That first one.
Before you do that, wait, James. Before you talk, scroll down.
Keep going. Me?
Yeah, scroll down.
Okay. Now, just let me know when to stop. All right.
I'm looking. They said that they captured video of they had a capture of the outfits before the censorship and after.
Oh yeah, that's all over social
Yeah, that's
media.
all over.
Yeah. I've seen some of the before and afters. That's why I was hoping one of us had pictures of it so we could put it on display. But yeah.
Okay. Do anyone have it or I'll look for it. I don't mind.
Yeah, they got YouTube videos that literally show you the before and afters and everything else. I know one bathing suit in particular. I think they said something about a bunny suit. Also, and then they also toned down the blood because they had it to where when you killed somebody's enemies, Eve would actually be covered in blood. Now it only covers the background and everything else.
Which makes no sense because last time I checked, isn't this a rated M game?
Yep.
Like what the hell are you doing? The game is rated M. What are you taking out blood for?
DEI.
Like, do you see the BS that I'm talking about here? And hopefully that Hoovy 186 understands this is why it's beyond gameplay at this point. But you know what? You said you had something to say, so I'm actually interested to hear what you have to say.
Okay, there's a lot to cover here. All right. Here's my problem with what you guys are talking about. Right now, let me go to this video. Let me switch here.
All right.
Let me click on these videos. All right, we'll go to this guy right here. Can you guys hear this? Hold on.
This
No, I can't hear
petition
nothing.
Can you guys hear?
is not
Yeah,
only
Yeah, I hear it.
I hear it.
What about
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go here. Let me listen to this.
this petition is not only to free Stellar Blade,
Oh my bad.
but to send a clear message to Sony, Nintendo, and the rest of the publishers in the gaming industry that we players will not tolerate any form of censorship moving forward.
What the fuck is this guy talking about? They've been censorship in gaming for forever.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
the fuck is that talking
But
about?
here's the difference. They've been doing censorship for a long time. The biggest difference is the time and the climate that we live in. Like I said before, if you've been watching the stuff behind Warhammer, if you followed the discussions on what was going on with the alphabet community and Helldivers, and you looked at things like I think it's Black Girl Gamers or Black Gamer Girls or whatever else, and everything that they was talking about, uh, there's a lot of things that lead up to this in the last couple of years, and that's the reason why they don't want the censorship, because again, if you give into the censorship, that's you giving an inch. Eventually, it takes a mile, and it starts to hurt certain things. Again, video games, comic books, any anime, cartoons, anything that's fantasy that you enjoy, you're supposed to be able to watch and not have to think about real life. So when you're talking about a video game and you're trying to play this, the last thing you want is something that was given to you to actually be changed, but in the back of your head, you're thinking about all this political propaganda and crap that's behind it. That's
All
pretty
right.
much the reason. That's the reason why for this now. You didn't think about it back then is because censorship didn't have these implications in it back then. So you can't really use what you just said. It's two different time periods for the stuff. It's actually way more extreme now than it was back then.
By
Mhm.
far.
Let me
By
address.
far.
Let me address that. Okay, censorship in gaming has been going on forever, right? You want to talk about climate? You do realize that we still you do know that we still have people in politics who blame gaming for all the violence going on in the world.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You like this stuff is not new. What I will say to you, James, is that damn, I forgot what you said, bro. Shit. I forgot what you said. But here's the thing. We all know that at some point, like the only thing that matters to me is how the game plays. Like going back to what Steve said, right?
See, I told you, Big James.
No, it does matter. But here's the thing. Am I supposed to get upset because they changed something in the game that's inconsequential?
See,
Like
I think
I'm listening to this guy. He's saying that they should stop the censorship in all our games. They've been
This
censoring our
petition
games for years.
is not
You know
only
we can't even buy A-rated games. That's censorship. Yes or no?
it is censorship. But I think so. The difference is that what you're saying is you're willing to just submit to whatever censorship that's going on in the games, while these people are saying that they're tired of the censorship. But again, it's because of also the political climate that we're in. That's the reason.
Okay. Now, thank you for reminding me. The reason why we didn't think about it back then because we were kids. We're kids. Now, I guarantee you, any kid who's not connected to social media and all the bullshit, they're gonna look at Stellar Blade and just play the game. That's it.
That's like 5% of the world, or probably
And
less than that.
it may be 5%, but that's all they care. That's all they care about.
No, it's probably less than that because everybody, goes to social
Look,
media.
I'm not-
Everybody
I'm
have their
look.
phones. Everybody have their tablets. You know what I'm saying?
Steve,
Like that.
Steve, I'm sure you're right, but I'm not here to argue semantics.
Yeah.
My
So,
point is,
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Huff.
my point is that the most important thing when it comes to this game is the actual gameplay, because it's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. It's the only thing that matters. And people who are whining and complaining about censorship and anything like that, that stuff has been existed in our games. But let me play a little bit more. Let me play more videos of this.
Malta,
I'm sure you
I
guys.
really
appreciate it, but it wasn't
because
whipped
as a
cream.
grown man, I really expected to have at least some count. I'm really disappointed because as a grown man, I really expected to have at least some count, some type of responsibility to look after myself and do what I want in the comforts of my own home. Yeah, that's it.
Right, he's talking
What?
about stuff. Like,
What the
I have
heck
no
got
idea
to
what
do
he's
with
talking about.
anything?
Hey, Sony.
Hmm?
What the heck that got to do with anything? He probably just want attention. He probably never got any. The heck was that?
I want you to take off the censor off the games, Stellar Blade, because I'm looking forward to play this game as well. Because my game won't be here until Wednesday from the mail, and I want things to change and what's going on around the world and stuff. And sign a petition, all right, and stuff. All right, bye.
Okay, Jesus
Hello,
Christ.
my name is
So
Jeremy, and I am signing the Stellar Blade petition because I too am tired of how Sony is constantly censoring games left and right, back and forth for absolutely no reason whatsoever to fit some stupid, worthless, pointless agenda. Stellar Blade is definitely a breath of fresh air, and it needs to stay that way.
All right,
Okay.
so
You should be in a
the
future
question,
commercial.
here's the question.
Lord help
Here's the question that I have for you guys. What is censored in the game? Legitimately, what's censored in the game?
So, okay, to put it simply, it's aesthetics.
Yep.
It's literally aesthetics. But again, you
These
gave
aesthetics right
four. You gave four of the worst examples that could actually fit your narrative more so than what the larger whole.
You think that
were worthless.
James, you think that's just for people?
No. I know there's more, but the problem is that the four examples you gave for this particular thing don't help the situation or the narrative. The whole thing is yes, it was aesthetics that was censored in the game. Does it affect the gameplay at all? No, it does not.
Nope.
It's the bigger implication of the woke brigade that are constantly causing censorship and other things to happen within games to change for diversity's sake. And they don't want that to actually start happening with this game. But the other part,
Steve, my bad. James. It's been going on for years, for decades. The only problem is that you guys don't like who is affected.
Wait. Don't say don't like. All I'm doing is informing you because I'd rather know something than not. At the end of the day, I was for this game for the gameplay because I knew immediately that it was going to be like Near Automata, so I knew it was going to be great.
Okay,
It's not about TNA at the end of the day. So you actually, and even though you know that there's censorship, again, it's because of currently what's going on with this whole DEI stuff is the reason why it's such a big deal. That's the only reason why. Aesthetics wise, I don't care. It's not like they went from her not being sexy to putting on a full suit of armor, because the funny thing is if you look at other Korean games, like other Korean MMOs, and I got to shout out Asmongold because I watch a lot of his stuff because he showed it off actually very interesting. And I don't know if certain Asian countries look at us this way. There was a Korean MMO that he was playing that literally showed a bunch of outfits, and it was a female character in high heels, in a dress, bunny suit, all this other stuff, jiggle physics galore. And as soon as it went to the NA outfit, it looked like Albedo from the Overlord anime in her full armor.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, wow, this is such a complete contrast from how they want to actually show off their characters in the game. And let's be totally honest, we know sex sells, so that's probably the reason why the character was there like that, versus the NA outfit that they put in for NA release. It is a full Knights of the Round armor suit. So a lot of that technically matters to people. So
all right.
And
So
I'm glad you said that, James, because it's what I have always trying to convince this guy. Yes, a lot of these things matters to people. I have always said a lot of people care about aesthetics, and then when you remove it, you run the risk of people disconnecting, with the game. It will just completely dismiss the game altogether, regardless of how great the gameplay is. Or what were you going to say, Hoovy?
what? Okay, but then, all right. So what am I looking at here? You think anybody at Sweet Baby Inc. would be okay with an outfit like this?
Who cares what they think?
Okay, exactly. But
No, but who cares what
but
Sweet Baby Ink thing? Like, if
that's
I'm
fine.
making this game, I'm
I mean,
making the game my way.
I understand that, but we're talking about this game. We're talking about this game. Like, look at this. Look at this. What are we complaining about at the end of the day? Legitimately, if you want to talk about all this other political bullshit, then we can talk about it on a case by case basis. I'm saying this game doesn't fall into that category, regardless of what they did with the game. Like, look at this.
Yeah,
And yet we have people online who are telling, oh, uncensored Stellar Blade. When you know what, if it mattered to you that much, go out and buy a fucking PC when the game comes out. Then you can put all your nude mods, and then you can say, "Oh, I'm fighting for my right to be a man," and all the other stupid shit that they be talking about. You won't have any you don't have any restraints there.
So
Go ahead.
so the biggest thing is what I want you to do is don't scroll through outfits again. Even though every outfit I guess matters, you want to find the before and after for the outfits that were actually censored. So
I agree with that.
Correct comparison.
I'm looking for it. I can't find it.
Okay. So because the thing about it is again, like I said, and I said this I don't know how many minutes ago. Eve is actually way sexier or more suggestive than 2B or Bayonetta ever was. So for me, the aesthetics didn't matter. But at the end of the day, it is considered false advertisement when the developer says one thing and then something else comes out after people gave their money. So
what is it that big of a difference to where you would legitimately call it?
That would be considered okay. So to answer your question on that, that would be on a case by case basis. Let's see in about a month how many PlayStation Plus subscribers Sony then lost, and how many. Well, there's one of them, and how many refunds actually ended up happening, because this is going to get talked about for a very long time. Between
Here's the thing: people like to bitch and complain over the stupidest shit. If they decide that they're going to leave, then if I'm Sony, I'll say fuck you guys, fuck off, because this is what they're complaining about. Legit, like, okay, Steve, you notice the difference here, right?
Yeah. There's a difference between yes.
Yeah, panty line and chest.
Does it make the game better?
There's no.
No, it doesn't make
Okay, good. Better. James, does this make the game better? If they had it before or after?
No difference.
Okay, McKinley, same question for you.
No difference.
No, all right. Then why? Okay, here's the thing that always annoys me about what people do, right? And I don't want to single you guys out. We give voice to fucking morons. Stop listening to idiots who say, oh, she has string in her bikini, I'm not playing the game no more. Oh, uncensored Stellar Blade. This is what I'm fucking have to. This is the type of fucking morons I have to listen to.
Okay, so Havanel, I can see where your brain is stuck at, and you're stuck on the wrong part.
No.
There's two groups within this campaign over the censorship. You got the people that are worried about the false advertisement, which by all accounts and rights, because of what the developer said ahead of time, it would be considered false advertisement. The other part is the censorship, which is the part that deals with companies, groups like Sweet Baby Inc. and the DEI, where if you allow this to happen, they're eventually going to take over and start doing other stuff. Which you watch that video I give to you, and hopefully that actually gives you more context into it. The part that you're complaining about with some of these people is about just the aesthetic side. Again, seeing more or less TNA isn't going to change the gameplay, but that's only one subset or group of people when it comes down to it. The other part is looking at the bigger implications over censorship as a whole overall. You make a point. Yes, has there been censorship in the past and everything else when we was younger? Yes, but we're older. There's more BS and garbage that's going on, whether you choose to pay attention to it or not. And especially when it comes down to men as a whole, and they're kind of tired of it. So if pretty much the only way I can sum it up is there's a lot of men that are getting served L's just for being men in life, and one of the only avenues they have outside of maybe anime is video games, and now they're bringing that BS into that, and they just want to escape, and they can't escape because it's coming into this as well. So
Okay.
a lot of men is starting to feel like anti-man everything.
Okay.
Yeah, and Hoovy, let me also add this Hoovy, because I've said this in the podcast before, where you seen how a lot of like, because even James said it, and I'm glad that he said it when he mentioned anime. We mentioned it in comic books, we mentioned it in movies, we mentioned it in TV series, etc. And now it's happening with games. I'm trying to tell you right now, when it comes to the gamers, or any consumer, when it comes to these industries, you could only have a nonchalant type of attitude only so much. And you may say, well, this is just minuscule, it's so trivial, why would you get so upset over something so small? But if the thing is, if it continues to happen, it gets annoying. Stop trying to babysit these people, as if you know what's best for us. That's what I'm trying to tell you. People are sick and tired of the trend. No more. They had enough of it. Enough.
All right.
All right,
And,
Covenant,
and I'll say this.
Let,
All right,
can
go
I
ahead,
ask
go
one
ahead.
question? I want to ask one question of it. Have you started watching X-Men 97 yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, so even though you haven't watched it, you do know that the guy who helped create X-Men 97, the one that got fired, he also petitioned to give Rogue's ass back. You remember that, right? Okay, you're laughing.
Oh my god, bro! Like I don't, James,
okay, you didn't know
bro,
about it. You didn't know
like
about it. What I'm
James,
trying to
I
say
don't
is
James, I don't care
aesthetics
about that
matter
type
to
of stuff,
people.
bro.
Huh?
I don't care about that type of stuff, bro.
No, I understand, but what I'm trying to tell you is while you might not care and you're asking the question about these people that are like doing all this stuff, aesthetics do matter to people. So
Absolutely.
apparently it matters enough to where one of the creators of X-Men 97, who put a petition to get Rogue's butt back, got fired in the process of trying to do that. So it matters to some people.
No. I'm gonna say it matters to a lot of people. It's particularly men. And you know what? I'll even include women on there, because there's a lot of women that admire, or glorify, how a lot of these women look like.
True.
They do. And look, I've gone to many of my friends' house, including you, James, obviously, Souls and whatnot. I've seen some of the pictures that you guys have. Amazing artwork that you guys have on your walls, and things like that. And additionally, me and I use an example, and Hoovy hasn't have found a way to defend this. We constantly have arguments of which female is the prettiest, which female is the sexiest, etc., etc. And none of that has anything to do with gameplay. None of that. But yet we still argue it, because it just enhanced the experience and the connection that you have with these. Hold on. It enhanced the experience and the connection that you have with these games and these particular characters. It does. People care, again, people care about these characters, people care about their avatars. Why do you think people spend so much money when it comes to aesthetics and cosmetics? Because they care. If they didn't care, they wouldn't spend money on it. People are spending their actual money. So we can't just sit here and just talk about how let's just play the game and ignore everything else. That it doesn't work that way.
That's not my point. Let me calm down, because you guys are annoying me. It's not you. If you want to care about aesthetics, that's fine. If you want to care about it, that's fine.
You laughed when James brought that point. You laughed.
It does. Look, it don't matter to me, because that's not why I'm playing the fucking game. you keep like you bring up the we talk about all the fighting game characters or whatever, and yes, you're right about that. We do, but that's not why I fucking play Street Fighter. That's not why I play Tekken. It's not. Honestly, it's not even why I play DOA. If those games were garbage, I wouldn't talk about them at all. At all. What annoys me is that we give stupid people a voice to talk about stupid shit that don't fucking matter.
The reason why I brought that up is to let even you know that you care about how these characters look like.
But it might. But if the game is good, it does. All the other stuff matter.
Okay, so here's my question. So let's just say that we all have tasted the Big Mac before, right? From McDonald's.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
so if Steven was to call Havanel and say like, "Yo, I'm gonna go and get a Big Mac from McDonald's." Don't care if you eat it or not. Just using it as a hypothetical. Havanel, if you said, "Okay, yeah, I'll take one," we all know how the standard Big Mac tastes. And what if just one day, when he comes and brings you the Big Mac, it's a completely different taste? How would you feel about that?
I would be like, okay, what the hell's going on here?
Exactly, and that's what a lot of fans are doing. It's literally the same thing.
You know what's funny? James?
Over this?
You know what's funny, James? He did that at the Air House. He did at the Air House. I'm glad that you brought that up. He actually did that at the Air House. Do you want me to continue on with that story, Hoovy?
Go ahead. Go ahead with the story.
Yeah, he actually did that. How pissed off he was. Now, dude, the day that they made the switch with those nachos, this dude went nuts. Oh, they changed my nachos. I cannot believe that they switched my food. Like, and so I'm glad that you brought that up.
Oh, no. Okay, now I gotta call you out.
You complained that they made the switch.
They switched the nachos from beef to chicken,
and you complained.
I don't like chicken nachos. That's the difference. If they change Eve's outfit, look, listen to what I'm saying. If they change Eve's outfit from this to that, it don't matter to me because the main thing is the fucking game. That's the difference.
Havanel, at the end of the day,
you're talking about the difference between two different things.
Yeah, Steven, that didn't help the cause. What I'm telling you is you remember the classic Big Mac taste. If the Big Mac was to have a different taste, like Havanel says, he's going to ask what the hell's going on. That's the same reaction as to people that have been following the game or played the version of the game before the censorship. It's literally the same reaction that would happen, which is what is going on. The only difference is that you're not paying $70 in false advertisement for a game that you want to try to invest time into versus a $10 burger. The difference is that everybody has different preferences and what they want when it comes down to a game. Havanel does not have that many requirements when it comes down to aesthetics. As long as the gameplay is good, as long as the story is maybe solid or whatever else, and as long as I guess there's a standard of beauty or handsomeness within the characters or whatever else, he doesn't really care.
No, let me stop. Let me stop. You know, hold on. I need to say this. I need to say this. I need to say this. One thing I will say to you, James, you are correct. But I'm telling you right now, I don't believe him. I don't. and I'm because I'm telling you, because I asked him this question, and the question was, all the female characters that we like, whether it's Christy Montero, Cammy, Chun-Li, etc., all the amazing characters. If Capcom or if Namco or whoever decided to make all these characters fat, would you complain? Would you complain? I'm telling you right now, James, if they suddenly made them look horrendous, like how they did with Velma, for example, or how that stupid transformation that they gave April New, where they made her black and fat and just completely unappealing, unattractive. I'm telling you right now, James, if that happened with every single female character in the game, people would go nuts. they would go
And
absolutely
you think
nuts.
that, and you think that's a realistic possibility. Steve, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, wait. And for you to say that, oh, that you wouldn't care that if they did that with the characters, I don't believe you.
Which one of us watched the latest TMNT movie? Wasn't you? It was me. So clearly, I don't care. But let me ask you a serious question: do you believe? And I'll ask all you guys this, because I get what James's main point is. He's saying that the people who are complaining because they look at this as a step towards censoring everything. Am I right or wrong?
Yep.
Okay. Do you honestly believe that would happen? You think Street Fighter would make all their female characters fat? Realistically.
When now that they're constantly implementing diversity and all
Steven,
stuff,
don't
no. I'm what happened?
Don't answer that. It's a bait and switch tactic. They are old established characters. Those characters will never be fat. If they were going to get fat in any aspect, they would have been fat already.
But look at the characters that they added. Look at the female character that they added in Street Fighter 6. With the exception of Marissa. All those
Marissa's a muscle mommy. That's a different story.
Yeah, and Lily, because she's underage. She's underage. They keep that. I don't give a shit what her age is. She's underage, in my opinion.
I didn't know she was underage.
No, I'm saying she's underage. Right? Outside those two characters, look at the other character, the female character that they added. What aesthetics do they have that most men wouldn't find attractive in a woman? Let's be realistic about this. You guys are worried about nothing. At the end of the day, you guys are worried about nothing.
What?
You guys are worried about nothing. Because here's the thing. You will always have characters who are sexy, just like we have here. Just like we have here with Stellar Blade. But even that's not enough for some people. Even that's not enough. So we're arguing over strings. That's what we're arguing about. We're arguing over strings. And again, it may not be everybody, but this is the discourse that we have because we give stupid people, a platform. That's the problem. And then another thing that you guys have to understand, there are more women in the gaming field. And maybe some of them may like their character sexualized. Some probably don't. At the end of the day, I don't want my gaming companies worrying about any of this bullshit. The only thing that they should care about is whether the fucking game is good. That's it. If you want to do everything else, then fine. I like a good looking. I like good looking games. I like beautiful games. But none of that shit matters if the game sucks. I'm straight up. When we all, and I'm assuming everyone cares about that, right? Because if looks was the only thing that mattered, their life would be the most popular fighting game on the planet, and no one thinks that, and only a small group of people think that. If aesthetic was the only fucking thing that mattered, then the Lingerie Football League would be more popular than the NFL. But we know that's not the case. The only thing that matters is whether or not the game is good. And even then, it don't even fucking matter. Even then, sometimes it don't fucking matter. It depends on the market. But for me, I want my game to be good. I want my game to play well. I'm not going to waste my fucking time going on the internet and arguing over G strings. The fuck out of here. If I cared about that, I'll watch a porno.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because I already know your spiel or rant right now is not with the conversation you had with me.
No.
Really?
No, it's because I'm listening to what he's saying, and it's the stuff that you're that you may be debating with him with maybe behind the cameras and everything else in IRL might have been towards that, but like I've said way too many times already, it's the implications of something greater that the fans don't want. Granted, it because of this game and It's specifically, it seems like it's specifically about TNA. Like I said, there's two different groups of people. You got the people that are on the false advertisement part, but unfortunately, it deals with TNA and blood censorship. And then you have the other implication from another group of people, which is okay, they don't want the censorship to go overboard because they're already, because this company and developer has already been given an inch. Like that, that. So it's two different conversations, and you already acknowledge that you know what I'm talking about. Again, everybody has their preference. There is way too many other examples. I gave you the one about X-Men 97 and Rogue. At the end of the day, I already pretty much gave a description of the type of games, or what Hovnell looks for in a game. And Steven, you almost had something if you wouldn't gave a wrong example, because chicken and beef nachos are completely different in taste and possibly even in texture.
It's like promising me Tekken 8 and yet you give me Dead or Alive 6. That's the difference. That's the wide gap difference.
Yeah.
But my main point is that I don't believe, look, you at some point you guys are gonna have to understand that the gaming industry now is a lot different than when we grew up.
Oh, wait. Before you even say that,
Mm-hmm.
by you knowing that, then you understand the political climate that's going on with feminism, the alphabet group, and even with Sweet Baby. That means you understand everything that's going on then. If you're going to,
but my thing is that it doesn't bother me
okay,
the way that it bothers you.
It's the same thing. Like I've said, you could easily
because at the end of
wait, use can you do me a favor and use correct terminology? It's not a matter of, but well, maybe with Steven, because you keep using certain words and I keep wanting to cut you off, but then this podcast would be bad.
No,
speak in generals, because like I've already said, I don't care about the aesthetics, but you keep saying we they. I know there's three people here. Speak in generals. That'll be better for you when this is, because there's certain, I understand the political side of it and the long-term ramifications. And it's at the end of the day, it's going to be one of those things like Ruben even put in the thing. You vote with your dollars. Yep. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be whoever votes, and if Sony concedes, they concede, and then that means it would be a win on the people. But at the end of the day,
and they're not going to do that. Like they've been multiple games that they have they have technically censored. Like there was a portion in, I want to say it was the last not Dead or Alive, Devil May Cry game, where they censored the upper half of a woman's ass crack. Like they censored that, right?
Was there a big outrage for that?
Of course it was. Of course there was.
Oh yeah, I think he's talking about the one scene with Trish. I think I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, of course there was, man. Because that's the thing. People bitch and complain about anything now.
Look, man, people have their anime waifus. People have their gaming waifus. If that's how they are, you let them have it. We live in an age now where people have the right to have their own preference. If you claim that you understand the political climate we live in, so let people have what they have. If it's not you, then you just leave it alone.
But I was gonna say a point on my end, even though it's been a while. I was gonna say that one, when he said about the whole censorship thing, I said I'm telling you, Big James, Steve, and I'm gonna tell you, Hoovy, that very soon, eventually, the indie scene is gonna take over.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
That's why I keep seeing 100%. Like every single time I watch a Nintendo Direct, you see they always do Indie World or PlayStation doing like the indie showcase. I keep telling people since in the year 2019 that the indies is gonna take over, and people don't believe it. And now look what the heck is going on.
I can't lie, that's a different conversation.
No, but here's something else though. But because like the whole censorship thing, and here's a prime example. I don't think anybody noticed about this one. I find it crazy how the whole woke media bashes Stellar Blade but yet at the same time they praise Hades too because of how the women look. I'm like, why? Also, why, that's why I can't stand the hypocrisy of all this. I'm like,
So
you
so 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 these
bash,
so these so these woke people, they even can't be consistent with their own stance.
they
Well,
they
well,
Look,
they
how
bash Stellar
ridiculous this
Blade,
is.
but yet they praise Hades too for how one of the gods look. And to make matters worse, one of the gods, I believe it looked like Aphrodite, she's butt naked.
the inconsistencies that we have with these stupid people. You who we wanted to say are complaining about these people making videos. Well, these people that's taking all this control about on how a character is supposed to look like. Well, they can't even be consistent in their own stance.
That's why I don't pay attention to them either. I don't give a shit about what they have to say about
Well,
anything.
well, let's go to the most extreme since we're going to extremes. Baldur's Gate. You literally can have any form of sex that you want, even with animals. So,
I look and here's the thing.
and
I
you
agree
get
with
to
that.
play as a man, butt naked,
Yeah.
swinging free too.
Yeah, and
There's no
here's the thing. I agree with you there. There are two sides of the same coin. All they do is bitch and complain, and I don't have time for it. I don't have time for it. I don't have time for people who bitch because they see titties in their game. They can't come to the realization that there are some characters who are sexy. Boobs exist. Big boobs exist. They need to get the fuck over it. Right? And at the same time, I can't stand the people who won't play a game because they put a couple strings in a bikini. I don't want to deal with none of these people. I don't want to deal with none of them. All I want to do is live my life and play the game that I want to play. That's it. But the problem is that I have this shit trolled at me on my timeline every fucking day. It consumes everything that I like. Is in my podcast. It's
So
in
you
my
know what?
game.
So
It's
so
everywhere.
okay.
Steve
So-
brings them to me every single day.
What?
Not every day, but
He's lying. He's lying. He's lying.
not every day, but every time there's a gaming topic that has to do with DEI, I know he's gonna bring it to me.
So okay, so he's pretty much doing a real life breaking of immersion. You actually want to get immersed in whatever you're doing. And he's breaking
Yeah. All I'm saying is this. And the one thing that you mentioned that I do, and I think I said this when it came to when we talked about Sweet Baby Inc. a couple weeks ago. I want gaming creators to create what they're I want them to have free reign on what they want to create. But here's the thing, it goes both ways. If they want to consult Sweet Baby Inc., they should be allowed to. If they don't want to be if they don't want their help, they should be allowed to also. As long as they create something in their vision and they're not being forced into doing something. If let's say a hypothetical situation, right? Because I'm not using this as an example because this is dumb. This is dumb. But let's say they turn Stellar Blade from this. I mean, I'm talking about the after, and then to where all her clothes are just covered. Then you know what? Yeah, if she just has just regular clothes on. If they advertise the sexiness, and then Sony told them, oh no, she has to be fully clothed, then I would have a problem with it because that to me, that's false advertising.
Okay, so
That's
here's
false
the thing,
advertising.
right? The difference is that you're waiting for shit to hit the fan already, while people already see the signs and they don't want it to hit the fan first. They actually want to nip it off at the bud before it even starts. That's the biggest difference. You're waiting for stuff to actually already happen, but the problem is we're talking about business here and industries. If you wait for it to already happen, that means at the most point it's going to be permanent. It's better to catch it when it's sooner than later. That's almost like saying, something's going on with your body. You think it might be something bad, but you're going to wait a few years before you actually check it and you find out it's cancer. Like they're trying to nip the cancer in the bud before it actually spreads everywhere else. And pretty much that's what people are calling Sweet Baby is a cancer to the industry.
It is a cancer.
I sent you another link
Yeah,
Um,
I got it. I got it.
Okay, so the biggest thing is the fact that Sweet Baby Inc. has been involved in a bunch of different projects, which I think
Yeah.
some guy on Steam has actually made a complete document of all the games that are on there, which is just uh, a copy paste of what Sweet Baby did on their own thing as far as games. But if they've already destroyed one studio, and again, it is from a YouTube video. I would have to cite sources to make sure that's confirmed and everything else. But if they've already killed one smaller studio, they already screwed up with as far as with the DEI and everything with Forspoken and with one of my favorite developers, which is Square Enix, when it comes down to games, which I already know they'll never make that mistake again.
Wait,
Because-
but I have a dispute about that. But go ahead. Continue.
but they don't but pretty much no company wants to lose money. So if it gets to a point to where all these DEIs are, especially Sweet Baby Inc., because again, that seems to be the main culprit at the moment. If these places are losing money for having them in it in any way, shape, or form, whether it's consultation or whatever else, then it's better to remove it. I'll be totally honest with you. If it doesn't make sense for certain things to be in a game, then it doesn't need to be put there just for the sake of diversity or inclusion or whatever else. If it doesn't make sense to the story at large.
Okay.
Suicide Squad is a flop because of that.
No. Suicide Squad is a flop because that game sucks. That's why it's a
Yes,
flop.
but guess who was involved in the creation of that game also?
Yep.
It doesn't matter because the gameplay is what makes that game garbage. You can make that game as you could have all the SBI, all that stuff. You can even have them removed. That gameplay as it is fucking horseshit. Especially when you compare it to the previous Arkham to the Arkham trilogy.
Well, did you play Marvel Avengers?
That game sucks too.
Yes, that game sucks. And I actually still have that game because I bought it physical. But yet and still, that game is considered better than Suicide Squad. And the main thing that people complain about in Suicide Squad is not the looter shooter aspect, because Arkham Asylum isn't a one-to-one comparison with that game. Marvel's Avengers is a one-to-one comparison with that game. And one of the biggest things was dialogue and the way they actually said certain things and stuff like that. While it might sound petty, that's one of the things that people were complaining about.
And
No,
and
and
not only that,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to jump in. Not only that, like in Suicide Squad, we all know they have different characters. We all want different gameplay for each different character. While all the characters, they all play the same.
Exactly. And that has nothing to do with Sweet Baby Inc. or anything like that.
No, Sweet Baby Inc. had something to do with that.
How?
Oh, really?
How?
Oh, okay.
I think they had something to do with that.
Okay.
Because I could have sworn originally the gaming company was, I think it was Rocksteady, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It was Rocksteady, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Originally, they had said Suicide Squad was going to be like the old. Oh, it's going to be like almost like a Arkhamverse type style. Like each character is going to be different. Each character is going to be this. Each character is going to be that. And each character is going to have like their own. Each of their background have their own story. But then, like when Sweet Baby Inc. takeover, they changed a bunch of the characters.
Oh, but why would they do that? But why would they do that? That don't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Because Sweet Baby Inc. definitely gotten like involved how the character portrays. I did not like that 100%. A bunch of people, I think it was King Shark.
Mm-hmm.
I think they made him gay when in every single type of the comics he was married.
So
he wasn't gay. He was actually straight, and then they said, "Oh, we're gonna make him gay." I'm like, what?
Well, the thing is, what Hoovy is trying to say is that there's absolutely no way that this stupid Sweet Baby Inc. can compromise the gameplay. Well, clearly that's not true now.
Wait. I need to know if this is true or not.
I'm gonna find the article, but Sweet Baby Inc. had. I'm gonna find the article right quick.
Go ahead.
Even if it is true, it don't take away from the fact that the game is garbage. The game is garbage, and you know, saying that Marvel, just because Marvel is better, Marvel you're comparing dog shit to horse shit. It's shit at the end of the day. Yeah, you can prefer one or the other, but if it's shit, it's shit. And that, to me, that's more about the games as a service model in gaming. But we don't want to get too deep into that. But when it comes to like what you mentioned, McKinley, when it comes to Sweet Baby Inc., to me, the reason why I don't buy it is because they work on a whole bunch of games. Like, they've been involved in a whole bunch of different variations and different types of games. So that's why I don't believe it when they're like, oh well, we have to make, if it's something about the characters themselves, then I can buy that. Because that is part of their job. But when it comes to how they play, how the game, like, I don't buy it because they work on a whole bunch of different array of games. But let's say if it was just about the character, if they talk about the dialogue, yeah.
Yeah. So I was looking up the stuff on DEI or as they put in here, EDI, and there's this one thing that so they do have the power to actually change and alter game mechanics, because this one thing says increasingly important principles in game design. These principles not only promote fairness and equal opportunities for all players, but they also lead to a more engaging and enjoyable gaming experience for everyone. So depending on how DEI chooses to see a particular thing, they can make an alteration on how a game mechanic might actually work. So if there was supposed to be individuality within, let's just say, Suicide Squad with the characters, they can easily say, hey, can you streamline this to make this easier or whatever else, and just change up maybe some animation. So they do have the power to make changes.
Okay. So the first part of what you said sounds a lot like what they've been doing when it comes to accessibility. Have you guys noticed that there's been a lot more accessibility in these games than ever before, right?
Accessibility kind of deals more with special needs and stuff like that.
Yeah. But that is a trend that we've seen more and more, and I guarantee you that
because Mortal Kombat 1 added the whole colorblind thing or whatever else. I don't know how it affects the person online or whatever else, because most people don't use it that stream it. Destiny 2 did the same thing. But of course, that's options that you have to set up within the game beforehand. Again,
but that's something that's been a more conscious
actually a separate department though.
Yeah.
And that's normally already part of gaming studios. That's normally a part of gaming studios specifically.
Yeah, but we don't know. Because I know Microsoft has been one of the leading heads in that, because they had that that controller, that special controller that they have. I forgot what it's called, but it's like a special controller to help people with special needs and stuff like that.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense, especially if you're going to say Microsoft, because they're not just a console company; they also are the largest computer company in the world. So
yeah, exactly. But okay, and then addressing the whole Suicide Squad thing. If that was a decision that Sweet Baby Inc. levied onto Rocksteady, I'm still blaming Rocksteady. I'm still blaming them for listening and allowing that dog shit to occur. I think
it kind of goes further than that, because a lot of studios that are part of larger companies, if they actually, because again, the time we live in is a little bit more sensitive than back then. If they start spouting out, because it based off what I'm reading, it's not just what they can affect in the game, it's also workplace and everything else. So they can cause major upsets and everything if that was happening. We already know the situations that happened with Blizzard and what was going on there. So it's kind of like a two-part front: workplace and the gaming experience for the consumer. So can't just say in this climate, like, nah, we don't want you because of the way social media and everything is. And it just depends on the backing that the fans or whoever would be behind it can tarnish a name. Because think about it this way: everybody knows that Disney pretty much hates men the way they've been spouting it out, whatever else. You don't see no man in their right mind that's trying to combat that because they know it's a losing battle regardless. So instead, what's happening? We haven't had a good Marvel movie in a long time. People are complaining about Star Wars. Star Wars looks like it's about to go under the water, even though they said Luke Skywalker, not Luke Skywalker, they're about to try to get Lucas to try to come back and make a TV show for him. But the problem is he has no rights. So anything that he makes, Disney could just go right back and say, hey, we want to make these changes. He has no power anymore.
Yeah, he has no control.
So, at the end of the day, while I understand what you're trying to say, there's some things where it's just there's no power in anything of what it is. So if any large company that has a studio underneath them says that they're going to consult DEI and then brings them on board, there's a possibility that the game might be bad. And to quote Asmongold, the DEI can't make a good game bad, but it can make a bad game worse. And to go into what McKinley was talking about, a lot more indie games, which don't have to worry about that because there's smaller groups of people that are making these great, well-known games, are able to bypass all of that because they're not consulting them. But these larger games and everything that they're doing are going to be falling by the wayside. Again, at the end of the day, everything is kind of hand in hand. I think they said indie games and developed games. Oh no, I think they said Power World was considered a AA game that was made by indie developer. Though those games are going to end up being the larger ones that's going to come up, and because of the climate of what's going on now, who's to say Sweet Baby's going to be back? For those games, who knows? So,
okay, let me address that, and then I gotta read comments. All right, so you said that they can't make a good game bad, but they could probably make a bad game worse. Why would I care about that if the game's bad? If the game is bad, I don't care if it makes it worse. The game's bad in the first place. I'm not gonna bother with it. At the end, like, my opinion, my thing is this: if they make a game bad, then it is what it is. At the end of the day, your studio is a part of it. You're the head of it. You're the one that creates the decision. If you use them for a decision and it doesn't work out, then guess who I'm blaming? I'm blaming you, because you're the one that decided to ship that game out. Now, Sweet Baby Inc. has been involved in God of War, which I love. I know they've been involved with Alan Wake too, and that game is I mean, probably did. I don't think it did
that
well.
Game is being destroyed by the wayside right now.
Yeah,
but the game is critically acclaimed.
Yeah, and that kind of makes me question it, because I remember when the award show was going on and he got all these things, and it's kind of like, wait, were these people just paid to have that happen, or is the game actually good? It's because apparently they're claiming that there's Twitter or X bots that are going on saying how good the game is and this DLC and everything. Nobody's paying attention to that game. So that makes me wonder if that was just paid publicity. So just because the game's AAA and just because it went to an award show, people get paid for things all the time. And depending on who you talk to, if they like the game or not, or if they even know about the game, because I forgot about the game, that game might not actually be as well acclaimed as you think. I mean, maybe the first one, but maybe not the second one, because apparently there's nobody looking for the game. And they actually say if you go on X, you're going to see nothing but a bunch of bot comments.
I mean, maybe it may be true, may not be true. I don't know, but the game is critically acclaimed. That's how I see it. Go ahead.
I won a Nobel Peace Prize. Doesn't mean it's true.
And I was gonna say this, like, to Gian Invasion's point, he's saying that he said a good game could be bad and the bad game could get worse. And then you say if the game is bad, he said you're not gonna get it anyway. There are some games that has a good redemption period. A prime example, Cyberpunk. It went from trash to now. Look at it now.
Yeah, but the thing, yeah, I agree. But the reason why that game is trash because they released it 2 years too early.
Yep.
That was their problem. They released it 2 years too early. If they released it as is, that game would have been a certified banger.
And we already know the reason why most games have to come out a little bit too early, because if you have investors involved in it and you give a promised date, you have to stand and deliver, and you need to actually put the game out. It doesn't matter how much more time you need. If you said to the investors, hey, this game was going to come out on 2 days before Christmas or whatever else, and you already then pushed it back too much and the investors are actually getting annoyed, you need to put the game out so that this way people can see it. The only good thing is that they built up a fan base that knows that, hey, because I've heard this from fans for Cyberpunk and them, hey, the games come out jank, but in the long run, it's good, and people stuck with their game, and look what happened. It did real well. I think they said over 67 gigs of updates. That's ridiculous. And not everything was mainly quality of life, at least a large portion of it. But
and like I said, it gained in redemption because of the fact that, like I said, it went from trash to now it won basically best DLC. Like it won an award. Like it went from trash to now, look at you now.
Yeah. So all right. Well, let's read some comments, man. We got a whole bunch of comments. Ruben said that Dev should have known he can only make those statements for PC. Censorship guaranteed on PlayStation.
No,
Me
right.
and the Wolf Police. Mota said, "Me and the Wolf Police are not friends." Well, what is the game supposed to be rated? M. It's supposed to be rated M. I can't believe they're covering the character Retaper. Let me see. High expectations for video game characters. If they scan me to be a character, they would cover up my wicked Retaper abs and my huge muscle.
Most likely.
But here's the thing. I would argue that the woman that they modeled, what's her name? Eve?
Yeah.
The woman that they modeled her after is a lot more curvier and better.
Yeah, actually she is. She actually is. And the funny thing is if you're gonna go into that kind of what was it? Looking at IGN France or IGN Italy or whatever else, who made that horrible phrase of the company doesn't know what real women look like.
Yeah.
And I think people forget that America, if I'm correct, is like 60% obese. So there's a lot more people that are overweight here than in some of these like offshore countries and overseas countries and everything else. And I was actually thinking about it because y'all know I go to the gym a lot. I literally went in there and I was able to see about at least 30 Eves just for the ones that go to the gym. So it's just kind of weird to actually hear somebody actually say that. Now that goes into a bigger implication, and I ain't trying to bash the people that said that, because they already had to backpedal their stuff, because even the developer showed his wife. His wife looks like she could be a supermodel, and she's also part of the design team for the game. So, you know, at the end of the day,
people are stupid.
Company was being a bunch of haters. The journalists.
And not just journalists too. Like they did. I forgot where I saw this from. I know I saw it on Twitter. They did this thing where they showed off gameplay of Stellar Blade, right? And they showed off the character models of Eve. And some people liked it, but there's a lot of people calling it misogynistic. And I remember one black girl just completely hating on the character and all the other stuff. And it's like, I mean, it is what it is, bro. Like, people need to understand that, okay, sometimes people just want to create who they want to create. It is what it is. Like, to say that, oh, that's not what a real woman looks like, that's stupid. There's lots of women who look like that. But to me, and this is my overall point, regardless of whether she looks like Chun-Li or somebody else, Lizzo. At the end of the day, regardless of how the character looks like, as long as the game is good, I don't care. As long as the game is good, I don't care. At the end of the day, I simply just don't care. So okay, yeah. Okay, Steve, I know you mentioned something about too much water. Like I forgot the game that you mentioned this for. What was the game that you mentioned that complained about too much water?
I think that was McKinley's. I think that was McKinley. That was.
Oh yeah, McKinley. Yeah, okay, McKinley. What game did you that had this complaint from IGN?
It was Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire.
Oh, okay. And then they said it was too much. It was too much water in it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yo,
I was like,
I
you're the same company who say too much water, and yet you praising Call of Duty and I think one of the Black Ops that was so bad. You praise that.
But you have to make a distinction that they're the same people reviewing those games.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah. You have to because obviously I know a lot of people do it with people with IGN when they hate the people who hate IGN, right? They'll pick two reviews and be like, "Oh, you gave this game, but you gave this game that game," and then I'm looking at the who wrote the review. They're not the same person. So we definitely have, So you always have to be careful with that.
Yeah. So let me respond to this because I guess Malta is a friend of yours. He seems like cool people. So I want to work out with this guy. But Malta, so I don't.
Discord, by the way.
Oh, okay. I don't use Chat GPT, but it's definitely increasing. But I'll tell you this because I think I'm one of the older people out of our friends group or whatever else. Back when I was in middle school, Europe was the most obese nation for I think maybe like 5 to 7 years or whatever else, and then we ended up taking it over. That was when I was in middle school, and I was in middle school from 99 to I think 95 to 99. No, I went there for 5 years, so 94 to 99 or something like that. And we're still the most obese nation since. So there's no way that it only went up like 7.4%. It's definitely over 50%, and it's probably climbing faster now than back then. Is because not only did the pandemic probably hurt it, more people are now in remote jobs, but you got people that are in more sedentary lifestyles. I mean, the fact that the term "go touch some grass" exists now speaks a lot. You never had a term like that back when I was growing up. So, but last time I checked, when I was looking at it, they actually said it was closer to 60%. I'm just rounding it off. But it is a matter of fact that America is becoming more unhealthy, but that goes into a whole different conversation. But thanks for looking at it, though.
All right. So Ruben said ESRB been censoring since Tipper Gore, MK Original, and Night Trap. I agree with him 100%. It's the reason why we have the ESRB to begin with.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that because I actually had this thing I wanted to share real quick. I'm not going to do it very long, but with this screen where this is doing that you, Big James, had mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
They took out a lot of the gore. So this is how it was before. Mm-hmm. You can see all the gore, all the blood on her.
I can't lie.
Now she's completely clean. Go ahead.
If I had to complain about anything, I would complain. For me personally, I would complain more for this because, if I get to see ass, blood, and guts getting chopped off and everything else, I want to see that. If I had to complain, that's one thing I would complain about because I play my Souls games. I want ass, blood, and guts. So, but
and for me, especially if it's a rated N game, I expect to see gore if my game is rated N. Because I'm telling you right now, I would be pissed if they were to take out the gore in my Resident Evil games. I would be pissed if they did the same thing with Mortal Kombat, like how Nintendo tried to do back in the day. I'd be pissed off about that.
Well, I mean, let's be totally honest. Rated M has a variety of things that are included in it. In fact, I got the box in front of me, so let me see what they actually say in here.
You know what's funny about that? They did that with another fighting game. You know what game was? You know what game it was?
Eternal Champions?
No, they did that with Killer Instinct. The arcade version of Killer Instinct is more violent than the Super Nintendo version.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Okay, so for this game, it says blood and gore, language, suggestive themes, and violence. So I mean, the blood and gore is there. It's just it doesn't look as demented as when you showed the two pictures. Seeing Eve with a bunch of blood on her makes her look like a crazy robot versus it only being on the walls and on the enemy. But at the end of the day, like Havanel asked, does it affect the gameplay? No. Is there other implications that are bigger than it? Yes. Does Havanel care about that?
No.
No.
But no. But when it comes to the blood, I will say this: they do need to add an option if you want to have more blood or less blood. Most games have that
on a rated M game.
I mean, even in emulated games,
it really just depends. I mean, think about it. Mortal Kombat came out with you being able to punch 2 pints of blood out of somebody's mouth. Would you like it if a game that you've grown up with that always had that all of a sudden just didn't have it at all, or they changed it a different color, or they called it sweat instead, or something like that?
And I could have sworn, I can't believe you said that they should have an option. I could have sworn, you were one of those people along with me, complained when they took out fatalities and gore from the Mortal Kombat versus DC video game, and that was a long time ago. We didn't have to worry about this whole diversity nonsense, back then.
Yeah, but the game was rated. The game was rated on 13. I mean, it was that game was rated T for teen.
And weren't you the ones that complained about? We cannot believe that they got rid of all the gore stuff, despite the fact that you have Mortal Kombat characters in there.
I mean, it's not a Mortal Kombat game. And I thought the whole premise of the game was stupid.
Yo, read some more comments, y'all. Read some more comments.
Yeah. So your bro said alphabet community. He said that he agrees with Whip.
He meant me. He meant me.
Oh, he meant you? Okay. As far as violence being blamed on video games, I disagree. Music has a lot to do with school shootings and those sorts of anti-social behavior. I actually don't agree with that either. I get what he's trying to say, but you cannot look. I don't want to get too deep into it. There's a lot of reasons why school shootings exist. Media is not one of them. It's not even the top 5.
Let's be real here. You only think there's one reason why that exists, but we're not gonna go in that debate.
Pretty much.
Okay, this one was towards that X video that you had showed.
What are you talking about? Man.
That's funny. Okay. Oh boy.
Well, I'm not ready to have any kids. I want kids in the future, but not yet. Okay.
I don't know what that's towards.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Okay. If there was always the plan, there is no way he should have guaranteed this uncensored.
Yeah, he's talking about wrong.
Yeah. You know what I think? You know what I think happened? I think and again, I haven't been following the game. Like I don't know who I've seen the creator, but I don't know him. Here's what I think happened. I think he was answering questions about fans who are worried about Sony censoring his game. Like I'm talking about like real censorship. I'm talking about this is the cynic in me, but I think he answered a question from a fan who was worried that there weren't going to be as much TNA in the game that at least, because of Sony's history. And I think he said, no, listen, there's no censorship in the game. And then,
actually, Actually, if you, I think the interview, because you actually pulled it up on one of the sites, they
Mhm.
actually showed the interview and what he was saying. The
Okay.
problem is that the problem is the contradiction of this is the person that created Nikkei. You look up Nikkei pictures, you look up the gameplay, and then you look at this game before it was censored. A lot of fans are saying Sony had a gun to his head for him to say some stuff like this is how the game was originally supposed to be intended. So, I would say do research into it because it it doesn't track when you're talking about the body of work that this company created. You know what I'm saying? Like it
Mhm.
just seems like a contradiction. So did Sony possibly put a well, not possibly put some censorship on them? More than likely, but he tried to make it seem like it was him, like he took the responsibility for it, but fans aren't believing that.
Okay. All right. So Ruben said that B2, I mean 2B, yes. Bayonetta, I didn't know about that.
Um,
I mean, both characters are very,
Sexualized.
yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
At
let's
least,
be honest, sex sells. That's the market. And
Yep.
there actually more men actually play video games than women. So especially back then and technically even now. But that's starting to go into more politics stuff. I don't even want to get into that. So
it's,
No.
it,
You just speaking facts. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You
no,
just
but
speak.
there's more women in the gaming space now more than ever.
no, no, no,
Whether
no.
they're covering
True,
games,
true.
yeah.
There's more women in the gaming space now more than
Well,
ever.
hold on. I did a. I wanted to look that up a while back. That's really more into the mobile games, not in the competitive space. If you want to be technical.
Well, don't even worry about competitive. Just worry about from a casual audience. Let's be totally honest. Gaming exploded, especially during the pandemic when people had to sit their ass at home.
Mhm.
And unfortunately there's more men that don't go to college. They actually go and get certifications now. There's more women in universities than there are men. So if you have men that are just going for certs or going straight into the workforce, that means that they also have more time for gaming, and women aren't doing that now. And we're not talking about people that are trying to become content creators and influencers and podcasters and all this other stuff. So even though there is a rise and increase in women when it comes down to this space, it probably exploded even more so with men also. So there's still a large gap because they say that purchasers and everything else and people that play are still widely men.
I'm not arguing that more men are probably playing games or being involved in making games, but what
Mhm.
I'm saying is that there's more women doing that now more than ever.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Is publishers' original intent, false promises, and design censorship is the issue. Personally, it isn't a huge deal, but it is an issue.
Yep.
You said vote with your dollars, buy a PC, and hate and if you hate censorship, and I think I said the same thing. But the thing is, I saw this, and I agree with Ruben 100%.
Yeah.
If
One
you
hundred.
hate if you hate what the game is, buy the game on PC, and then you can add all the nude mods you want because that's what some of you guys want. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Let's be real here.
But I think that game is going to be console exclusive for a while.
Yeah, probably, but
Mhm.
no. If they have enough money to make a PC port, they'll definitely make it, and I think it'll be beneficial to the game in general.
Well, wait. Can you say that knowing the amount of negative publicity Sony's getting right now, you really think that'll happen?
Oh yeah, 100. Yeah, it will. It will.
Okay.
It will. The only character I can think of that looks like better fat than skinny is Pikachu.
That is funny.
Oh yeah, because because what's that dude name? Pichu, that Pichu garbage. Yeah, okay. Kiss my ass with that. Dog S to horse S.
Oh, when you kept on saying that, yeah, that was funny.
All right, so Nixon 76. Yeah, we're watching the game right now.
Yeah. My game is actually on. They actually took the lead, so yeah, it's very good.
I think these couple comments I think you mentioned already.
Yeah.
Moto
Oh,
said,
wait, hold on. I didn't see the one. He said, "Dang, bro, I was in middle school from 2010 to 2012. Back then, they said that the obesity rate is somewhere between 60 and 61%. So I think today they must have changed the qualification." Yeah, Malta, they probably did because fat shaming wasn't a thing. I actually think that shame should stay like permanently, especially when it comes down to health and wellness. Um, but you got to look at it: fat phobia, fat acceptance, body shaming. All that exists now. That wasn't really a thing back then. And they did treat men differently from women. If you were fat back in the day, do something about it. If you approached a girl and she didn't like you, she told you it's because you're fat. If you didn't want to deal with that, you went on a diet, you went to some fat camp, you went to the gym, you lost weight, you did a lot of stuff. So I mean, but it is different now. They tell people accept yourself for who you are, regardless of your weight size or whatever health or medical issues you got going on. Like so it kind of it is what it is. If you want to see a change, you got to hold yourself accountable. Look at yourself in the mirror and see if you actually have an issue or not. Even though you say you go to the gym, right, Malta? Every person that goes to the gym has something called body dysmorphia. There's things that I don't like about myself that I try to work on every day, and I kill myself in the gym for it. So it
Yeah,
just
I'm glad that you actually mentioned that. You and Malta mentioned that because we actually talked about that a similar conversation in the podcast when we was talking about Lizzo. I think that's her name was.
yeah.
And there were a couple of people here. I think Ruben was one of them, and Hoovy also, that I think was on her side of how she was talking about how she was happy, the way she is, and this is about acceptance, blah 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 blah, which I said it was a bad thing. I think
Yeah,
it's a bad
it's
thing.
fun,
I think
man.
it's a bad thing for the community because fat shaming or I'm telling people you need to lose weight, etc., etc. That is good because when you remove that, you also remove the incentive for people to actually get to the gym and try to lose weight.
Well, Steven, here's the thing. The updated version, so we can fast track this, is it was capped. Like Lizzo literally, it was almost. Here's the thing: Lizzo opened her mouth when she shouldn't have, which caused her to be on the forefront. So she had to stay fat when she actually wanted to lose weight because it was too much peer pressure. She called herself trying to hit on the dude that Chris Evans that played Captain America. Chris Evans turned her down politely.
Of course.
People were saying stuff about the guy that she had that was her so-called boyfriend. She actually was paying that guy to pretty much a male escort to pretend to be the boyfriend and everything else. It's one of those, and she
Are you
actually
serious?
she wanted to lose weight at the end of the day. But the thing about it is if she loses weight, knowing that she's the figurehead for body positivity and everything else, it would almost be a contradiction. And I think some of her fans actually did lash out at her or whatever. So at the end of the day, if it's one thing if you're big and you work out or whatever else, because I was always a big and bulky person or whatever else, and it takes forever and a day for me to try to lose weight, but it's easy as hell for me to gain weight. At the end of the day, it's just one of those things of you want to try to make yourself healthy. If you can be big and still be healthy and actually look like something, then by all means do it. But the last thing you want to do is lie to yourself, because if she stays the weight that she is for a long period of time, it's a possibility that she'll end up having health issues that are worse than it, because they already said obesity can lead to um,
Yeah.
type 2 diabetes or even type 3 high blood pressure. There's some fat cells that can actually cause some forms of cancer and everything else. At the end of the day, she was capping because they already debunked that.
Yeah,
So
I still had a problem with that because you're lying to the audience, and it's not just her. You have all these influencers who are fat, who's making these stupid videos, drinking milkshakes and eating 5 cheeseburgers in one setting.
and
Like that's not good. That's not something that you're supposed to be displaying on YouTube or anything.
you
All right,
That's not.
James,
That's not.
remember what
James,
Huffington said. Remember what
James.
Huffington said about the people complaining about not being able to see enough TNA with Eve and Stellar Blade. we have some people, we got stupid people, or we got some people with some worthless opinions or ideas that get to have a platform to be able to express this out. At the end of the, but here's the thing: when it comes down to gaming, I can literally say, yeah, some of the points might be useless or worthless, but when it comes down to your health is always going to be important. So if there's somebody eating 10 cheeseburgers a day, at the end of the day, depending on your age, depending on your lifestyle, if you're sedentary or you're active, if you're alive and kicking, we hope it is for a long time. But at the end of the day, when you go to the doctor, that's going to be a conversation between you two. If you don't like how you look, believe it or not, I found out that people that don't understand the real world and how people's bodies looks don't even look in the mirror. So if you're not able to look at yourself in the mirror and see a negative aspect, which would be shame on yourself, holding yourself accountable, and all you do is just stay at a computer, or you never leave your house or whatever else, or you don't have nothing to show a reflection of yourself, you'll never hold yourself accountable. So,
well, that's why I say that stuff is still is needed.
Oh, shame is definitely
telling people that, hey, you need to lose weight, fat shaming, whatever you want to call it, that stuff is needed. You have to tell these people that this type of lifestyle is not good, and you're not supposed to be lying to the community saying that, oh, doing this is actually okay. It's not. I have a huge problem with that.
It's not, but at the end of the day, nobody tells them to put a cheeseburger in their mouth, go eat a salad, go drink water, but you can't tell people that without, I guess, feeling discriminative or discriminatory against it. So you let people do what they want to do. When they have to go to the hospital for whatever negative reason and they get that life lesson, that culture shock, that's when that change will happen. But here's the thing: when people try to tell people stuff ahead of time and they do it from a genuine place and they don't want to listen, that at the end of the day, that's on them.
Yeah. Well, what were you going to try to say, Hoovy?
Nothing. I want to move on. Is anyone here playing Switch?
Of course. You want to move on.
Yeah, because we're almost 2 hours in.
McKinley, that would be you, right? Switch.
Besides Tears of the Kingdom, I haven't really gotten any new ones yet. I'm technically waiting for the.
So
I'm technically waiting for the TMNT game that I told Hoovy and Steve about. I don't know if you've seen it, GN Invasion.
Nah.
Oh, that one look good. That new TMNT game is basically what will happen if you have a beat 'em up with a dungeon crawler.
Oh,
okay.
Wait. So like the old school, well, kind of like every game of theirs, because
but like picture a classic TMNT beat 'em up with plus Hades having a baby. That's a new TMNT game.
That actually sounds godlike.
I'm definitely want to look for that. Have you heard about that one, Hoovy?
No.
It was on Nintendo Indie World. When I looked at it, I'm just like, "What is this?" And I was like, "Okay." I'm waiting for this game. They say it's still in development.
I'm gonna try to be on the lookout, for the trailer, for that game.
Because that game looked dope.
I don't know any of Lizzo's songs, but I don't like her. Now Lizzo's coming down. Lizzo is a sugar mama. Someone slide her my number. I want her money. I know, although I don't mean to digress. And no one said I wouldn't be able to smash if I tried.
That is so crazy.
Okay, so Steve, what so since we're talking about DEI and Sweet Baby Inc., you have a Pokemon topic that you want to discuss real quick?
Yeah, we'll just make this really quick because it's pretty much almost the same talking points anyway. Yeah. So
what did they do with the game?
I think it has in the article. Let me see if I can find it. Where are you?
Because they made these changes into Pokemon Go, which is a mobile game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they didn't do this to any of the premium Pokemon games. This is just on the mobile app, which is very popular, from what I can remember.
Yeah, and I'm surprisingly, it still is. I couldn't believe how popular that game still is right now. Oh my gosh!
Jesus Christ!
What happened?
That's the last comment from Nolan.
I mean, there's someone that's gonna offer her a cream pie, one way or the other. Someone's gonna offer her a cream pie.
Oh, you guys are good. All right, so this is it right here. So I mean, this is kind of like old news now because I mean, look how old it is. But apparently, yes. What happened with Stellar Blade is somewhat similar to what happened with Pokemon. Not exactly the same, but Sweet Baby Inc. obviously had something to say about this, and I'll just read the most important thing, which is, well, you know what? Here they had a picture of a couple of avatars that they made changes on. So as you can see the photo here, you can see I think they did it with this one also. There was another photo down here somewhere. Where you at? Okay, yeah. So they made a couple of changes. Oh crap! I have to share it again. Can you guys see this, or do I have to
Yeah,
share it again?
we can see. We can see. Yeah, we can see it.
This gone thing or whatever.
No, you guys. I think you guys. Yeah, I have to share it again. I have to get off of here and go back on.
Oh,
on
you want
Twitter.
to blow up the picture, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me
All right.
see.
So in the meantime, obviously shout out to Nolan. Okay.
So, question: what are you guys playing right now? Because I got a few games I'm playing, but I want to know what y'all playing.
I've been playing Tekken 8, which is apparently the worst fighting game on the planet right now, according to
I
some
thought it
people.
was Mortal
Me,
Kombat 1.
me and James talked about it a little bit earlier. He left at my comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. I've been playing Tekken 8.
Okay. What about you? Kelly?
Let me see. I think the last thing I was playing was like I played a little bit of Street Fighter, but then I started playing. I bought the collection of Uncharted.
Nice.
So I've been just trying to keep up with with the whole entire franchise. So it's mainly just Street Fighter and Uncharted that I've been playing right now. But in the next list, I am gonna plan on getting DNF Duel because I really did enjoy playing that game. At your crib.
That's
Nice,
James'
nice.
wheelhouse right there.
What happened?
That's James's wheelhouse right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm going to start practicing that game for you, so that this way, we can actually get some great matches in. I got to start looking up more match footage on the shooter girl. I forget Gunslinger, whatever her name is, because
Oh,
they
so
don't have
like using
actual
her.
names. They got classes. Their names are classes in their game.
Okay.
Moto said that he never played that Pokemon Go garbage. I had the old ones on the Game Boy though. Okay. All right. Steve, do you have what you want to ask?
Yeah. So here it says current previously reported that Nitanic, I think that's how you say it, new avatar update for Pokemon Go completely remove sexed bodies. He wrote on X, the Pokemon Go app removed gender from all Pokemon Go players yesterday, and the sweeping change that left fans at Pokemon Go Hub net furious. I took a look at the character creator myself. Gender is gone, replaced by the hodgepodge of uh, erroneous options or things.
That's right.
Nothing can be too feminine or too male. Which I agree. Saying something is too feminine or too male, like that doesn't make any sense. You either male or female, and that's it. Facial hair options gone. He asserted. Male faces have certain features. Female faces have masculine jaws or thin lips. We've been seeing that with some of the AAA games lately with these female characters,
Yeah,
with
it's
these female
gender neutral stuff.
protagonists.
Gender neutral stuff.
Yep. Bodies are blobs. Everything is designed to blend together, and some Frankenstein-like gender-free utopia. The end result leaving no one satisfied. You see, okay. I don't want to start, rehashing what we just talked about, with Stellar Blade. But did you see how we tried to tell you who we win A6? This is a freaking cancer. It spreads everywhere. It spreads everywhere. What happened?
Can you scroll down, please? This is the new look or the old look?
The new look,
The
because
new-
Grums just spoke about this. Yeah, because it says April 18th, 2024.
Yeah. Here. Another post he explained character creators in AAA games went from male to female to body type A and body type B. The next step from AAA studios I spoke with says that even body types are being erased from upcoming games. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's okay. That's
Nolan,
crazy.
Nolan, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you.
Yeah. Okay. Instead, you will be presented with a random mix of male and female parts, body, heads, and faces. Pokemon Go already did this yesterday. This is the future of AAA games. Oh, when it comes to some AAA games, like how people complain how aesthetics are being removed from female characters, how they purposely make characters look ugly. Look, we already seen this already in comics, and we've seen this in the movies industry. We've
Mhm.
seen this now in the gaming space. So this stuff is just happening all over. And look, what they did with Stellar Blade, if people are going to start boycotting or not support the game,
Is this
they
the?
need to
Is this the?
they need to do the same thing with this and everything else with this cancerous garbage. Go ahead.
Is this the way the game looks now?
Here it says before. Here's the before. If I click on it, it's gonna go to Twitter. So I'll just leave it here. Let me see if I can zoom it up. Let me see if I can zoom it. All right, this is better. Okay.
Yeah, you can see. I guess body type A is the more male, and body type B is technically the more female.
Yeah. So here's the before, and then here's the after. Okay, so I think so. It looks
At
like
least you take the bodies out.
they took the bodies out completely. Like they didn't leave like some of it. Like they completely took the whole thing.
Well, the, but the
Go
thing is
ahead.
that okay, so they I'm not understanding what they're doing here. So pretty much what they're doing is they're not giving you options into how to do your hair or anything like that. Is that what the problem is?
But that's just part of it. That's just part of it. Um,
You
let
know
me
what
see.
it probably question that
Let me
picture
let me
you
let
showed
me,
in
let
the
me
very beginning. That picture you showed in the very beginning when it looked like it was two furries. They kind of looked like they had the same body type. So what I'm wondering if what they're trying to do is they're also trying to include, since they keep speaking about gender, if they're trying to include the trans community so they can feel inclusive.
Yeah,
Because
more
there would be
garbage.
no reason to change that otherwise, honestly, to this whole gender neutral. But I really want to see what body type A and B looks like so I actually get a better understanding of that.
no, I just want to see how the game looks. That's all. That's all I'm trying to figure out is how the game looks and how your avatar
Oh,
looks.
wait. Allegedly industry this
Go ahead.
incident. So, back in 2020, the female characters were being made to look more like men in order to promote transgenderism. And the insider stated, "It's not really up."
Oh, remember. I apologize. I apologize.
No. Yeah, go to the game. But the thing about it is if that's still part of the feed, it looks like that's what it might actually be going into. So my question kind of got answered. You can go ahead and look
You
at the
see the game?
gameplay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much
Okay.
that's what
Like
it
I said,
was.
okay. Like I said, I don't know when was this. I'm just looking at the game itself. Because like I said, I don't play Pokemon Go. Like, I don't
Yeah.
play anything Pokemon related.
Is that a? Are these shorts?
The
Yeah,
thing that the thing is, I still prefer a traditional Pokemon game, but the fact that this game is still relevant because I thought this thing died years ago, but apparently people still playing it, and I need to see what this game is about. Why people are so constantly into this game, and why this game's still relevant till this day.
Because people
so
like Pokemon and it allows you to feel like you're your own trainer. And here's the funny thing: you want to talk about touching some grass? I remember people used to walk all over the goddamn place in this.
all right. So I mean All right, so I'm looking at the character models, the avatar models, and I'm not looking. I'm like, what's the problem here?
I don't even see avatar models. I've been seeing
Look,
Pokemon.
yeah, you see Pokemon. Hold on, I don't know what the hell's going on with my
Well,
screen.
hold on. Are you guys saying that people shouldn't care about their avatars?
No, I
Is that-
mean avatar should be. I mean, it should care about the avatar, but I'm just looking at this. Well, like the guy that was there. Let me look this up.
Oh, look, avatar update. It
Oh
actually
yeah, I should do that. Okay.
Yeah, right there, right there. Oh, you got okay.
ruined the
Yeah.
game. People
Obviously, I'm
want
not gonna put.
people over avatar profile. Wow.
And Michaela, have you played Pokemon Go?
Used to a long time ago.
You got bored of it?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but honestly, I can't. But I can't lie on this one. I'm like, if it make people go outside and they say it could help people lose weight, that game will work. Back then,
Wait, a little bit further back, Havanel, because I don't know if it showed everything.
No, I guess I went too far back.
Yeah.
Cause okay.
No, it's definitely in the 2-minute mark. So
Okay.
somewhere. Oh, right. Yeah,
Okay,
right.
then.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's Powerpuff Girl. Your old avatar.
Okay, so
No, but
Oh,
here's
that's
the
the
thing.
old avatars. Keep going. That's the old avatars.
Well, okay. While Hoovy's doing that, the question that what I was trying to ask you, Hoovy 186, was that you was trying to look at gameplay. Now,
no, I'm not trying to. I don't care. I don't give a shit about gameplay of Pokemon. I'm just
okay.
trying to look at. I'm trying to look at the avatars, how they look before and
okay.
after, and how the game represents it.
Oh, okay. That's what you're trying to do. Because I thought what you was trying to do. I thought what you was trying to do is see if that you was trying to make a point that it's just gameplay that matters and not the avatars. I thought that's what you was trying to do.
Hold on. This Twitter saying this in the most constructive and kind way possible. Please revert this update, Niantic help, and use the original characters as the base model to expand upon with new hair and body customization. It is clear the majority like the original avatar's design by Yusuke Kuzaki.
All right, so
Okay.
let me go. I'm gonna look for this tweet. I'm gonna look for this tweet, and then because I want to see what he means. I want to see what he means by that. But I can't I can't see the avatars.
Yeah. Ruben's funny. That man said, "Yay, big white woman."
He said.
Look at your comments. Look at your comments.
Yeah. I went back to to look for it, but yeah, while Hoovy's doing that, I had stated earlier in the beginning in this podcast that people do care about their avatars, and it's one of the reasons why people spend money on avatars. It's one of the reasons why they spend cosmetics to make their characters stand out, or just to look unique from obviously from other avatars. So to me, if people are emotionally and financially invested in wanting to change what the avatar looks like, and if they completely remove whatever, if it was male or female, etc., I could understand why people are upset.
Okay, so this is a guy here. Apparently, he's a big fan of Pokemon Go, and he's talking about this picture as one of the examples.
Holy shit!
Wow.
Oh wow.
The top one looks like a female. The bottom one I can't tell.
The bottom looks like a freaking Bigfoot. Like, oh my goodness, look at it. I thought that was just
The
facial
biggest thing is
hair.
the art quality doesn't even look right. The top actually looks like it was supposed to be something, but
It looks unfinished. It looks
Yeah.
it looks
Yeah.
horrible.
Let me go to his media. Hopefully,
You expect me to work with avatars that looks like that? Absolutely not.
Anything else that he has here? Yeah, I'm looking for that original.
Nah, you're going through his profile, so that
Yeah.
you might be scrolling for a while. Go back to the YouTube page and see what the time frame was. Or the time.
That looks
Let me
hideous.
just go
I'm sorry.
to this.
That's horrible.
That looks awful, man. Complete. Oh wow.
Did it delete it or what?
It's probably loading.
Now, Big James. Now, I know you probably may not care, for for avatars, but do you believe people is a justifiable reason why people are upset if you, let's say, change their avatar or remove, certain aesthetics or cosmetics, etc.,
Of course,
etc.
look. At the end of the day,
Even though it has nothing to do with gameplay.
of course, because look, at the end of the day, it's one of those things of you was promised something, you wasn't given it. No matter how minor or minute it is, if that's what the developer promised, then that's what you should get. I mean, but here's the thing: some people are going to have different degrees and levels of care than others. At the end of the day, I I don't need to see gaming boobies because, like Hubbard says, if he wants to see it, he has a phone or a PC or whatever. You can go get a streetwalker. You can go to the gym and see it for free. Hell, if you actually know how to talk to them, you might be able to have a conversation with one. Otherwise, if you have a girlfriend or something like that. But my biggest thing is I look at the bigger implication of it. Now, because it only happens in these type of games, which goes into a different subject. The If I'm correct, the people that made Nikkei is a Korean studio, if I'm correct. So people in Korea, Japan, I can't say so much China, are way more open when it comes down to their sexuality. They don't have all the same uh, political garbage that we have and all the nonsense. So
Okay,
go ahead.
when it comes to this, what I will agree with him on is if you had old avatars, right? If you had our avatars already in the
Okay.
game,
Mhm.
and then they switch it up, and if they switch it up, then I'm not okay with it.
Oh, really?
Then I'm not okay with it.
That has nothing to do with gameplay.
Yeah, I know, but here's the thing: like, if I'm gonna play the game, like the game, like the way that I look at Pokemon, like, if because I guess the main appeal of this game is that you can create your own avatar. Like in previous, I know the game that we grew up in, you really couldn't do that. You're just playing a random person. At least with this one, you can actually create your own avatar. And
Okay.
if that's the major hook, then why are they changing? Why are they changing it now? Why are they changing the way the avatar look now?
DEI.
And if that's the case, then yeah, it's bullshit.
Oh yeah. Well, now
Wait,
James,
wait,
you,
wait,
you mentioned
wait,
you
wait,
mentioned DEI, but I'm just trying to make a point here. I'm trying to have Huey 186 understand, like, you see, with this whole avatar stuff, has nothing to do with gameplay. Has absolutely
Okay.
nothing to do, with gameplay.
So here's the thing, right?
But yeah. No, go ahead, James.
Pokemon Go had two appeals going for it. Not only could you create your own avatar to be in your likeness and you feel like a Pokemon trainer yourself, but you got to use the real world in a way to simulate as if there was Pokemon there.
Yeah.
So that was the two things. But if they pretty much made it to where you no longer had any form of identity when it came down to your avatar, that's a drastic change. That actually sucks.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But the thing is that because I don't play the game, I can't really I can't really assess it the way that I want to because
So,
I
okay,
like.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. So what you had to do was your GPS always had to be on your phone because it used your geological location, and you made your avatar, and then when you looked at your phone, it actually would show you kind of like almost like having a Google Maps on at all times, like where Pokemon would be at or
Yeah.
whatever else.
Yeah.
So you could either walk, like I've had friends that literally said, "Hey, let me go on your balcony. I think you got a shiny near you or something like that." Or they'll go downstairs and go and go near the lake, all for the sake of trying to catch this Pokemon. Honestly, I think it was Nintendo's way of trying to get people to get exercise because like some people no seriously because some people would drive and they'll be like, oh shit, wait, I just passed this place up but I can't get to it from driving. Let me pull over into this Winn Dixie or whatever else and go walk into this parking lot so I can try to go catch this Pokemon. Like it, you know, it's all I can say is it was an interesting take on the game, but
back then when I'll say that back then when Pokemon Go was like hot back then when I was in UCF, people were walking around all over campus. And it worked back then.
Yeah. That was another one. That was another one. Yeah.
Okay, you guys are seeing this right now, right?
yeah, it looks like they downgraded the pixels.
Yeah,
Like, it's so much better.
Yeah, it's a complete downgrade. And like I said, you guys can talk about the DEI and all the other stuff. This objectively looks like a downgrade. And if you are someone who invests your time into the avatars, yeah, I can understand it being. I can understand you guys being upset with that.
Oh, okay.
Because when it comes to the avatar, that's a big part of the game. Being able to create yourself is a big part of the game.
Yeah, I can see what. So based off of this picture, you can tell these are the newer models. They pretty much made them into pencils. Like the only reason why you could tell the difference between the guy and the girl in that last picture is because they gave the girl on the right side boobs. Like if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't be able to tell what it would be. And then technically, based off that picture, well, that one they just took curves out.
They completely gave her.
But the girl in the all red versus the guy in the gray or the avatar or whatever else, you can tell there's a clear distinction. But the problem is if they're trying to keep it gender neutral or gender fluid, then technically I might be wrong in that. That might be a trans man and a gay man. I don't know.
The one thing that would piss me off more than anything is if they had to pay for items for their old avatars.
Oh yeah.
If you have to pay money to do this and then they do that and they make it look worse, I would be fucking pissed.
Wait. But didn't you on that YouTube video, didn't it say something about old avatar for $14.99 or something like that?
Oh, let me see.
What? Let me see.
Like when you was Hubby, when you was looking at that YouTube video, I could have swore when they were showing something for Pokemon Go, I seen something like that on there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Let me show right here.
I thought it was that Global Charge or Go Fest or something, but
let me listen to this. This video is from Mystic 7. So shout out to him. Let me see what he had to say. Let me see what he had to say about that because that would be fucking that would piss me off 100%.
Installing Pokemon Go. Horrible. Mine is etiolated and pink. Looks like I need some sun to grow properly. Instead of whatever this is, bring back raid cost. We can all agree it destroyed the game. Playing alone. It's literally a meme. It's disgustingly, hideously awful. Oh my god, and they shared that. This meme is great. This is good. This is this peak Pokemon Go community. Another. Your old avatar back for only $15. You must play during the specified time to receive your old stuff for $15. I wouldn't be surprised. Back. Oh my!
No. I think that was a joke.
Okay.
I think that was a joke. I don't think that's real. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to assume that's a joke. But I mean, that I'm not okay. I'm not okay with that.
I am shocked. Okay, awesome.
I'm not
Because
shocked. I'm not shocked. It's because I see where he toast the line. Is just it's a very weird. It's a very weird, nuanced approach. I think it just depends on how much passion or how much investment you have in a particular uh, medium. I think that's what it is.
Michaela, you can't share your comparison.
I put it on the private chat. I think.
Oh yeah, you. Okay. Hold on.
So, how do you feel about all this cream pie?
Lord.
All right, go ahead, bro. Yeah.
Awful.
Oh, you think it's awful? Also, okay.
Yeah.
You make
All right,
Michaela,
looks
go
like
ahead.
it's a unanimous thing. All right, go ahead.
Oh Lord.
Go ahead, McKenzie.
Yeah.
About what?
About Pokemon Go, about the avatar.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about. I didn't even want to look at that no more. As soon as I saw the comparison, I'm just like, why are you doing? Just leave it the way it is. And like, why mess up a good thing?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And if it's broke, you have to make it better, not worse.
Exactly.
We
You know what I'm
we
saying?
sound like some old worlders. That's
Mhm.
not the mindset of the new world.
Yeah.
I mean, would it be enough for me not to play the game? At the end of the day, I'd probably say no.
Well,
But
here's
yeah,
the
no.
thing:
But
if you
those
didn't
views don't
know, Hubbinell, if you didn't know what you knew now about some of the stuff that's going on, I would probably say for you that probably would be the case. But the funny thing is the more you go into this rabbit hole of looking up this information, because unfortunately it's everywhere, is going to make it might actually make you change your mind about certain
No,
things.
it won't. It won't. It won't. And I'm gonna tell you why. I know that there's extremists on both sides. I know they are. Just like when it comes to my political affiliation, I know there are people on my who agree with me who I never ever want to talk to because of their mindset.
Okay.
I'm going to believe what I want. I'm gonna believe what I believe, right? Like I'm gonna have I have my opinions or whatever. And what I look at here is poor design. Like even if you take away the curves, right? If you just look at the face, there's a clear downgrade when it comes to the overall quality of of these um of these character models.
Yeah.
Clear they're clear downgrades. And
Yeah.
if the reason why they're doing it is because they want to be more inclusive and all the other crap, then shame on them.
But question: do you not feel like it's a malicious practice? Also, the fact that they're trying to charge you for your old avatars, that
Well,
not
it is that I don't know. I don't know if that's real or not. That sounded like a joke to me. But if
oh,
they did do that, then that's even more egregious.
okay.
Even if the avatars look better, they shouldn't be charging you to access your avatar. They should not be doing that. Absolutely should not be doing that, regardless of why of the reason. But
Agreed.
this is a design. This is a design flaw. This is right here. What we're looking at right here. That is a design flaw. This looks like two generations. They look like generations apart.
I agree. It looks like Game Boy graphics.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but it's like the
Yeah, I
gap
wouldn't go that far
between
either.
it's like the gap between Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. This is disgusting right here.
Yeah.
So like I said, so going back to your point, James, like I know how some of these people are, and I want nothing to do with them. I want nothing to do with them.
Yeah, that's a clear. Like you okay? So what I want to know is why the pettiness makes no sense, because if you just look from an aesthetic standpoint, you can obviously tell the left side is supposed to be more feminine or supposed to
Yeah.
be female, though just the whole art style, whatever else. She has the whole tilt in her hips. They elongated her torso on the right side, change the color to almost looking like she's pale or dead, and it just stands straight up like a rag doll. Like,
all you had to do is offer more options. That's it. All you
yeah,
had to do is offer more options.
yeah.
But yet
Actually,
you
I think Ruben or Nolan actually had said that keep the genders, add an other option, and then just have all
this
the
is what it is.
accessibility to each one. Yeah, all the parts to each.
Yeah. But like I said, people make stupid decisions all the time. Just to and you have a lot of people who do pander to the other side, thinking that it's a good thing. I don't know how anybody. I don't know. If I was a trans person, I'm not gonna look at this and be like, oh, they represented me correctly. And I'll be like, what the fuck is this downgrade? Because this looks hideous. The one on the right looks hideous. It doesn't matter if it's a man, woman, cross dresser, no matter what. That looks hideous. The quality of it looks hideous. And if my avatar is what is my representation to the game, I would be pissed off about that. Because that is a big part of the game. Now, I will say this before we move on. I will say this. There is a game where you can create an avatar, and it's very. I would say they do it very poorly. And ironically enough, it's Tekken 8.
Oh, Tekken 8 is detailed as shit.
No. I'm not talking about the character model. I'm talking about your avatar. When it comes to your avatar, dude, I tried everything to make my avatar look as masculine as possible. I can't do it.
Have you tried it in Street Fighter 6?
No. Street Fighter 6 is a lot better. A lot better. Street Fighter 6 is a lot better because you can tell. You know what I mean? You can tell in Street Fighter 6. I can't with Tekken 8. You know what I mean? But the reason why I don't complain too much because it's a small part of that game. It's a very small part.
Yeah, I think the cosmetics and the customizations are actually more important than the character, right?
Well, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you.
Because like I've seen the character customization in Tekken 8 where people have made One Piece and Naruto characters and Metal Gear Solid characters.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the customization. I'm talking about the avatar. I'll show you.
Yeah, because I actually planned on buying that game tomorrow, so let me know.
I know you should have bought that game yesterday, but go ahead.
No. Steam has I think Steam has a sale for it for $30. I ain't paying $70 for that.
Okay. All right, bro. But no, you should buy the game. The game is fucking awesome. Yeah, let me show you that. Okay, this is what I'm talking about right here.
What the fuck? I forgot about.
Yeah. When you're creating your avatar to go into the arcades and the arcade quests and all the other stuff, this is what I'm talking about. And truth be told, I don't like the art style that they use here. I don't like the option they give you. And as you can see here, like, look, depending on the hair, I can't tell what's what. I can't tell.
Wow. So I guess that's supposed to be a fade, right?
Yeah, I guess. But the thing is that right now you can't tell which one. You can't tell what's what with this person. All you can call them is all you can do is call them a person. That's it. I can't tell what they are.
So there's no body types. Everybody has like this weird Nintendo Me look.
Yeah, to my knowledge, there's no body type. It's just everyone has this Nintendo Me look, and I hate that look with a passion.
Wow. So the only thing to make you distinct is it depends on your facial features and your hair.
And that's it. And the way that I be standing, I'm not liking the way I'm standing. I'm not liking the way I'm standing, but like it is what it is. Like it's a small part of the game, so that's why I say I don't complain about it. But this is what the avatar customization looks.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, like this is outstanding. Like the customization for this is great. For the characters.
Oh yeah, I thought this is what you was talking about.
No. But I mean, yeah, anyone has anything else to say about Sweet Baby Ink or Pokemon or whatever?
Nah, I'm surprised this conversation went as far as it did. I mean, granted, I'm the one that kind of like brought up or added more stuff to it because unfortunately there is no such thing as talking about these things linearly because all these things actually do tie into each other. It just It's just so much information out there and there's so much you have to deep dive into. You can get lost into it or you can get annoyed by it. So
Yeah, and I don't want to get annoyed by it because at the end of the day, it really isn't that important. At the end of the day, at least for me, it's not.
yeah, the
Like,
biggest
and
thing.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
The only thing I was gonna say was that my biggest thing is as long as as long as the immersion doesn't get broken for me while I'm in the game. So like I said, at the end of the day, almost every game that you play, hell, even Call of Duty, every game that you play is a fantasy, and you want to be stuck in the game. You want to play it for minutes to hours on end, and just be satisfied and happy at the end of it. If at any point in time you get broke up into it because for whatever reason it goes into some political pandering garbage or whatever else, that that's sad. But it really just depends on how much you pay attention to it too. I think the less information you know about it, then you don't really have to worry about that. But the more knowledge you have, you start seeing things that you normally would be ignorant to.
All right, so Ruben says so no more male and female, A and B. Ruben said good idea, James. Fury bodies like the dog in DBZ. Yay, big white women. I agree with that. We're gonna like that comment. We love ourselves some big white women. They needed more colors more than anything. Got a lot of them in. Oh, so Ruben plays Pokemon Go. Like got a lot of them in Seattle.
Oh, I guess he's talking about the big white woman.
Yeah. Moto's back doing the abs.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to get a six pack myself, man. Good stuff.
Oh, I guess Malta was back when we was doing the Pokemon Go thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about the lady on the left. Chicks I like chicks with tiny waists like that. Pretty much. So, yeah. So I guess that's it for the political portion of our show. Um, I mean, we still got to talk about basketball. So,
Oh my gosh.
you guys, if you guys want to plug anything before you guys go, you can do it right now.
All I gotta say is don't forget to watch that TMNT thing just to see what your opinion on.
I got you.
Yeah, I haven't posted in a while. Don't know if I am, but me and McKinley do technically have a podcast. We have a few videos up. We're taking a little hiatus right now, but if anybody wants to, watch our videos, you can subscribe. We'll definitely be back at some point. And
the referees are full of crap right now.
Huh?
No, the basketball game. The referees are full of crap right now.
Did they give Joel Embiid a flagrant foul or something like that?
No, no, like the referees called a foul when the New York Knicks ball, the ball literally hit him in the face. Nobody hit him with the freaking ball. When he tried to get on the ball, hit him.
Yeah, the ball hit his face, so I don't know why they're calling him a foul on the floor.
Anyways, check out Critical Drop 1. I believe that's it on our YouTube channel where me and McKinley talk about various nerd stuff. And we even have reviews on there and everything else.
I want to talk about basketball with cream pie.
Lord.
Oh man, oh man. All right, gentlemen. Have a good night, you guys.
All right, have a good night.
Y'all. Appreciate it. We'll do this again.
All right. Okay, let me get the NBA bracket. Let me get the updated bracket because there's a lot of stuff that happened today.
Yeah.
Yesterday and today. Yeah, yesterday and today. So let me look for the updated bracket. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me try to refresh this. Okay. Let me see. All right. In the meantime, I mean, Steve, if you have anything you want to say, you can say it.
Well, right now I'm watching New York winning again against
Yeah.
Philadelphia, and yeah, like I
Hmm.
don't know, like I don't know what in the rule. I don't want to say that the refs are cheating or anything like that, but man, like these refs they're just awful.
'Cause I had the volume down. I had the volume off, so I can't hear what's going on. All I know is that Embiid. I know that there was a foul that Embiid. I like you said that the ball hit Hardenstein. It like Embiid didn't hit him.
Yeah,
Okay, so they didn't call a foul on Embiid, right?
yeah, they did.
Oh, they did.
Yeah,
Oh wow. And I think that ball was supposed to go to Philadelphia. That ball was supposed to go to Philadelphia, right?
yep.
Hmm.
And this time it looks like New York is going to finish the job, but you still have like at least 3-4 minutes left, so it's not the game's not over. But man, they need to stop Brunson, man. They need to start trapping that dude.
Let me see. Cause still looking for an updated bracket. Why is it not updating? Let me see.
Yeah, rebound the ball, you idiots.
Oh yeah, you're behind because right now I'm in the commercial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you are behind. Man, where's the bracket? Where's the updated bracket? Come on now. Hey. Can't make anything easy for me.
Do you know the height? Do you know the height of Brunson? Because that dude looks puny. I don't think he's as tall as Isaiah Thomas. I'm sure he's taller than him, but dude, he looks so puny out there.
I think he's listed at 6'1". I think.
No way.
No, trust me. He's not 6'1". I don't give a damn what they say. He's not 6'1".
No way.
Wherever height they say he is, he's shorter than that. And you know what's funny? They do that all the time. They do that all the time.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why they purposely try to make the NBA players taller than they actually are. I don't understand
A
that.
massage. There you go. Like Kevin Durant, historically, he's always wanted to be considered shorter than he actually is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But he doesn't want to be labeled a 7-footer, which is weird because you stand next to LeBron James and you're taller than him. You're the same height as you're taller than Dwight Howard, who's labeled as a 7-footer. Like, come
That's
on.
true. That's true.
Okay, I'll use the NBA. I'll use the NBA.com bracket because this is updated. All right, so right now, we only have this game. We only have this game left in the first round. Cavs Magic. I forgot. My bad. And Clippers and Mavericks. Magic and Cavaliers. Clippers and Magic. All right. So, I keep getting that messed up. Okay. So Boston advanced yesterday. Pretty much the same shit that we dealt with for the 4 games that they won. They beat a team that was broken. It is what it is. So congratulations to Boston.
Yeah.
Dick. Anyways, they're gonna play the winner of Cleveland and Orlando. Cleveland has the win. Like we mentioned yesterday, I think this game's gonna go 7. So it's not. So whoever advances in the series is gonna lose to Boston, in my opinion. So
Yeah, it's gonna be, and it's not a series that I'm actually interested in watching. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't know if you are, but I'm not interested in watching that series.
no, okay, I kind of know how the series is gonna go. Like, and all the games have been blowouts. I don't know. I think Game 5 was close.
No, I'm talking about the winner between the two.
The winner between them and Boston.
Yeah.
I mean, whoever wins, I'm cheering for them. Whoever wins, I'm cheering for them over Boston. Even though I know Boston's gonna win.
Yeah. Yeah, so
All right, so and then
we can move on with that. But let me see the bracket because I can't see it.
oh my bad. All right, so let me read this coming from. Let me read this one also. Congrats to Celtics for mopping the floor with the Heat. Has been a back and forth affair in the playoffs into two teams for years. I wonder if Butler played, if Heat culture pushed him to 6, maybe even 7 games. I think they're gonna lose. I think they're gonna lose that series either way. It definitely would have gone to 6, but they're Miami losing that series.
I think now that Porzingis is hurt, I think they could have gone to 7 games, and they probably they I think they could have won without if Miami was healthy.
Yeah, they weren't, but they weren't healthy. Like obviously Butler was hurt, Rozier was hurt, and then the last game, Jaime Hawkins didn't play. You know what I mean? Like it's like, bro, like just the team was broken. So it is what it is. What I do want to do in the future is I do want to make a video about what Miami should do in the offseason. I definitely should do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. So the 2 games that were on today, Milwaukee and Indiana. Indiana won. You know, I know Dame played, but they just didn't have enough. So Milwaukee for the second year in a row gets eliminated in the playoffs as the higher seed. That's crazy to me.
That is.
And they call it foul. Oh, you're gonna see it soon. You're gonna see it soon.
Yeah, I'm at it's 107-101 with 2:52 left. So yeah, I don't know why you're so far ahead of me.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so Indiana they advance, and they're pretty much waiting on the winner of New York and Philadelphia. And right now, New York is winning by 8. You know what I mean? Like
Okay. Yeah, I saw that dunk.
Yeah. And I mean, this game is gonna be close. I said, and Philadelphia with the 3. So now it's 109-104.
You don't have to tell me that. I could see it myself.
I apologize.
But yeah, let's see. Boston, not Boston. Milwaukee. I can't even though they got eliminated the second time and being a higher seed, and wow, the second seed. We already knew that they were. We knew that they were on a huge decline.
Who?
Bucks, because they were just losing games. So I don't necessarily think they would have made it far anyway. But what I do think is that they probably made a mistake. I'm starting to think that they made a mistake by getting Damian Lillard.
You got a hot take. Hot take alert.
Whoa,
dude! If it wasn't for this game, I would ask you, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
What?
You're saying that it was a mistake for them to get Lillard?
I didn't know that Leonard's defense was this bad.
Oh, come on, bro. I mean, why do you think? Why? Yeah, of course it's bad. Of course it was bad. Like, he's a small guy. What the hell is going on?
Wait, hold on. Don't say anything. Man, I wish we could. It was so awesome if you could just stream this live right now.
What the hell is going on?
News! Oh my! You cannot, bro. You cannot tell me that.
Oh, that's a foul. And it went in. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry for those of you who are in the chat. I hope you guys are watching the same game as we are. Because
watch the game, guys. Watch the game.
They need to double team this dude, man.
Did you
Yeah. He just made the shot with the foul, and like I don't, dude, like freaking trap the guy. Damn. Like, why are they constantly going 1-on-1 against him?
Steve, you gotta figure out a way to get yourself ahead, or at least on you gotta get yourself are you watching in HD?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably why.
Or you're not?
No, I think all I have is HD. Remember, I don't have Xfinity, so
Yeah, I'm watching in HD right now, but
you missed, but you got fouled. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
wait, don't spoil it for me, man. Like,
I'm sorry.
oh, he missed it. He missed the free throw.
Yeah. You're so far behind, bro. You're so far behind.
Oh my gosh. Embiid, man, you should have went through the hole right there. Let me ask you a question. I mean, we're talking about basketball anyway. Do you believe that? I understand that Joel Embiid is hurt, but do you truly believe that the Knicks are more talented than them, despite Joel Embiid should be the best player in this series?
No, I don't think so at all. That's why I said that Philadelphia had a chance. Now, the one thing that New York has going for it is that they're a great offensive rebounding team, and they're a great defensive team. But they should not be struggling. And I get it; they don't have Julius Randle either. But oh wait, no way, they're gonna call it goaltending. Oh no, I don't think so. Are they gonna call it goaltending? Is it goaltending? Oh my god, it's so close.
Oh, I think it is goaltending. Yes, it did.
But here's the thing: if Joel Embiid is healthy, is 100% healthy, I think they beat the Knicks. I think they do.
Me too. I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like, even though, like, the reason why I say they have a chance, like, they're the only team that I think that can beat Boston, even though I think Boston will still win, is because they're the only guy they're missing really is Randall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Randall's not coming back this year. He has a shoulder. Okay, I didn't hear what he said, so you're gonna have to tell me what he said.
All right.
What the referee said.
Well, you'll be able to know because you can look at.
Yeah, but my volume's down though.
Oh. Well, you can hear my TV.
I can hear your TV, but I know you're also behind.
Oh, they're gonna count it.
Oh, they counted it. Oh wow. Wow.
Damn. Wow, they counted it. But yeah, okay. The reason why that I'm starting to think that Damian Lillard was a mistake is because one, he was constantly talking about his whatever issues or problems that he was having in his personal life, and it seems to me that whatever it is completely compromised his game, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
His defense, I didn't know his defense was this bad, but his defense is awful. His defense is awful. And people are always talking about all these other guys like Steph Curry and Damian Lillard defense is just trash.
You also have to take into account that they're trying to replace Drew Holiday, who is a vital part of what that team was trying to do. And if you're going to keep the same, and I think part of the reason why Adrian Griffin ultimately got fired is because he tried to change the defense when the other guy didn't want to. You know what I mean? When they had guys like, all over the place and all the other stuff, and the player weren't happy with it. At least that was that was reported.
But even if that was the case, look at their record at the time.
Yeah, 33 and 10, I think. Yeah, 33 and 10. And people were like, "Well, why did you guys fire him?" Well, it's because of stuff like this. Because the players ultimately was not happy with. They weren't happy with them.
Who cares who cares about their happiness? The results was good.
It was
You were
good, but
winning. You were still winning.
yeah,
You were still getting. You were still winning, which means you was getting the job done. They were close. They were way closer to the Boston's record until they made the trade. Obviously, they changed the coach, and they completely was going to the opposite direction once those two things had happened.
But you see what happened. Cleveland did the same thing with Blatt, and you saw what happened. They won a championship because of it. If Blatt's still there, I don't think they win a championship.
You don't know. I don't think you know that.
Oh. No, because the player didn't. The old guy didn't like playing with him. They did not like playing with him.
With who?
Blatt.
I think it was just LeBron that didn't like him.
No, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, look, if LeBron don't like you, then yeah, you're fucked. But I don't think it was just LeBron. Yeah, I don't think it was just LeBron.
Whoa, he shot the three. Okay.
Yeah. Man, it's crazy.
Man, I'm pretty sure maybe the game's probably over on your end.
No.
I am so impressed the response that New York is giving right now. I truly believe that after that loss, they would have been complete distraught. I thought they were just gonna just walk around similar to what the Clippers did yesterday. What the Clippers did, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I thought that was that's what I was expecting to see.
No, I didn't expect that from them because like I said, Philadelphia they're hurt, man. Like Embiid's hurt. I don't like the game. All the games have been close.
Yeah,
all the games have been close. So I expect them to. You definitely don't expect them to wither and die like the Clippers did. And the most frustrating thing about the Clippers is that they could very well win Game 6. I hope they don't. I hope Dallas finished them off in 6. But you never know.
Why do you want Dallas to finish them off in 6?
Because the Clippers team, I don't know, man. Like I don't think they're especially without Kawhi, I don't think they're anything special.
Is Kawhi out for the rest of the for the playoffs, like for the rest of the year?
I don't know. I think they said they're gonna take it. I think they're gonna take it one game at a time, whatever. Can those guys foul, please? Oh, they fouled. They fouled.
They fouled that time.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Man, I was hoping for a Game 7, man.
There's still time. They're only up by 1. And like I said, there's been a crazy amount of stuff has happened so far in the series. Let me see. All right, so Malta said that no one hit him in the face. It was a ball. Joel didn't touch it. Okay. Bronson 8 fourth quarter points and B2. This is the tail game. Friday. Well, Maxey is sister closer. Embiid is such a choker. I mean, Embiid is hurt and he's tired, so I'm gonna give him a break. He's 5'6", probably 6 feet. Okay, so he made the first one. I wonder if Butler played. Okay. This is a good rivalry. Too bad Butler run is over. I would like to see one more playoff series between the two. It's interesting because they're saying that Butler's side. Okay, so it's a 3-point lead. 11 seconds left. No timeouts. Oh, they fouled him. Okay. Okay. Yeah, smart of New York. They don't want to repeat what happened last time. All right, so
they're listening to to Charles, and they're actually listening to Charles. Foul, you idiots.
So when it comes to Butler, I think his team is looking for a 2-year extension worth like 113 million. Like I said yesterday, it depends on what the Heat want to do. If they're gonna re-sign him, then you're gonna have to find a player who's better than Jimmy Butler to team up with. If you're not gonna sign the extension, then you trade him, and then you start the rebuild with Bam Adebayo. Okay. So Matthew made both. So pretty much what they're gonna do, they're gonna try to squeeze the clock. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to squeeze the clock. DeLon Wright, he's not better than Darrell Wright. That's how long I've been watching basketball. Oh yeah, I remember Darrell Wright. I mean, actually, up until now, he hasn't been great. I know he hasn't been great, but he came up big when he had to.
All right, who's the next team we're gonna talk about?
Okay, so we pretty much mentioned LA and Dallas. Like I said, we still got the Nuggets and Timberwolves that they're gonna start on Saturday. I mean, look, I personally think that I think the Nuggets are gonna win, but I think it's gonna be in 7, in 6.
Dude, this series is so tough for me. I don't know who to choose. Like I'm probably just gonna have to say Timberwolves in 7.
Oh, you're going for the Timberwolves. You think they're gonna beat the Nuggets?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, game over. The Knicks win the game.
Oh man, you say game over, so you already spoiled it for me.
I'm sorry, but yeah, game over.
Yeah, for the 3rd time. Let's see. What kind of shot was that?
Yeah, they had no timeout, so.
Yeah, but there was 3 seconds left. You could have at least dribbled. You had like 2 dribbles. Oh, come on, man.
Now they're gonna play the Pacers in round 2.
Yeah, they're gonna win. Obviously they're gonna win that game.
You think they're gonna win that series? I mean, I think so too. But Indiana, they're a very fast paced team, and New York is not. So if the Knicks can hold down Indiana, then yeah, I think the Knicks will win. I think the Knicks will win. But yeah, going back to what you're saying. So you're picking the Timberwolves over the Nuggets.
Yeah, I think because the Timberwolves are pretty much just as big, or if not bigger, than the Nuggets. And I personally think now I think the key factor is going to be Gobert, and the reason why that is if he, because look, I've seen that dude. He could get down in the post and he could score. I've seen him score. I believe he is more stronger, obviously, and I think he's obviously more. I mean, when it comes to athleticism, to me, I think they're both the same. They're both don't look very fast or agile, I should say, but I do think he's a lot as far as physicality. I think he should be able to beat Joker easy when it comes to the strength and the physicality when it comes to going down in the post. I think he could actually give Joker some trouble. But however, Joker could probably give him trouble in the other side. So I think it really just depends how well Gobert does against Joker. And if his defense is so supreme, is so good, like everybody says he is, stop him. And if you could stop him, I think they have a really good chance on winning.
Okay. All right. So before we leave, there is one team that we need to talk about. Right? That's the Phoenix Suns. Now we talked about the Lakers, and that was a big deal. Now we got to talk about the Suns. And you said that I think you said yesterday, Tuesday, that it was a bigger collapse than the Lakers.
Yes.
And I do agree with you there. Because they're like I said, we all know that the Lakers can't beat the Nuggets. We know that already. What we now know is that this big three, as it stands right now, has been a failure. And I remember you said, and the first person I heard say this is you actually, that the big three model is over.
Yeah. Somebody else said it?
Yeah, a lot of people said it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was the first one. I didn't know I was the first one.
Yeah, you're the first one I heard say that. So Malta said that he thinks the Nuggets will smack the T-Wolves. I think so too. I do think that too. Now I think it'll go 6. I think it'll be a competitive series, but I think the Nuggets are better.
Okay.
But Tobias Harris 29 points, 29 minutes, no points.
That can't be true. That cannot be true.
29 minutes, no points.
That can't be true.
29 minutes, no points.
That can't be true.
I have to look this up. Okay, because here's the thing, bro. When I was watching Miami versus Philadelphia in the play-in, right? Now remember, in the first half, we were beating them pretty good, right? And the crowd was booing them. But there was a little extra loudness in the boo for Tobias Harris.
Really?
There was a little bit of extra boo. Like they booed extra loud every time he missed a shot. And let me see if I go to the game. Oh my god.
Dude.
Oh my god.
Dude. He was 0 for 2.
He only took 2 shots?
He was 0 for 2. On an elimination game, you only shot twice in 29 minutes.
He gets paid too much money to only shoot 2 times.
Wow.
He makes too much money to only have 2 shots.
Talk about wasting people's time.
Oh, I can't. I remember I remember saying this a long time ago. The one thing that I like listening to is like post game and fan reaction to the team that lose, and listening to Philadelphia Sixers fans complaining about Tobias Harris. Oh my god, I'm asleep so good tonight. Oh my god.
On Twitter?
Oh, on Twitter, on YouTube, dude, they are going to obliterate that dude. They are going to obliterate that dude. Oh my god.
Oh man, that is just That's just unacceptable. Unacceptable. It's just an insult, in my opinion. It's an insult.
Zero.
How to me? I think it takes talent to do that. How is it possible for getting paid all this money, they decide to keep you instead? Because did they have it? Did they have an option to choose either him or Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean Jimmy Butler said it. Like, and I think Moulton put it right here. Tobias Harris over me. I mean, I
Bro.
think Jimmy Butler scored more points than Tobias Harris.
Oh my gosh,
And
man.
he don't even play for the team.
Oh my gosh, bro. Tobias Harris, you got to go, man. You got to go. That type of performance is not only is unacceptable. But like I said, it's an insult. You wasted all of these people's time with that type of performance. How is it even possible? Well, he must have been afraid to touch the ball. He probably didn't want to play. I don't get it, man.
He scored 0 points.
He should be ashamed of himself.
0 points. That's crazy. All right, so
anyway,
yeah, go ahead.
So anyway, this might be the last thing. Well, I do
Yeah,
have
last thing.
well, actually, before I talk about this, I now my apologies to you, because I want to say and I told you so, but the reason why I'm not is because I cannot remember if you were on my side or not. I tried so hard to remember, but I couldn't remember if you were on my side or not. But do you remember on TNT I played a short clip about Charles Barkley saying, "Oh, nobody's worried about the Warriors. Why are we talking about the Warriors? Why are we talking about the Lakers?" And other guys were saying it. Paul Pierce has said the same thing on Undisputed. Why are we talking about them and whatnot, right? So what I wanted to do was say Hoovy, I told you so, and I wanted to play the clip. But I'm gonna play the clip anyway. But I'm not. But it's not because I told you so or that I'm right and you were wrong. I just cannot remember if you were on. I can't not remember if you were on Charles Barkley's side or not. So
No, I remember saying I said the same thing about the Lakers some time ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, so this what it was right here, and it's like 10 seconds, so it's not that long, but it was music to my ears because I knew I was right. So here it is.
I told y'all all along. I just want to say, all you people who've been kissing up to the Lakers and the Warriors all year, talking about they gonna make a run. You know where they gonna run their ass to? The Bahamas. Sunday morning.
To the Bahamas. That's where they were going to go. The Bahamas. Well, it's almost done.
Morning. I told y'all all along. I just want to say, all you people who've been kissing up to the Lakers and the Warriors all year,
one last
talking about
time.
they gonna make a run. You know where they gonna run their ass to? The Bahamas. Sunday morning. I told y'all all along.
And the reason why I wanted to play this was because remember what I said earlier. Obviously, a few weeks ago when he mentioned nobody's worried about the Lakers, nobody's worried about the Warriors and whatnot. And you see the results. It was a waste of time. This whole entire time, people are hyping up, oh, is the Lakers going to make it to the finals? Oh, what's the Warriors, going to do? Always talking about, oh, what's going on with Klay Thompson? Talking about Draymond Green. Talking about AD and LeBron James. Blah, 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 blah. Is LeBron James the GOAT? All this other stuff. All these meaningless conversations, all these meaningless topics about the Warriors. And, me, you know how much I love Steph Curry. But at the end of the day, you guys were not winning. This was an utter colossal waste of time. This whole entire season talking about those two teams. And where are they at? One guy who didn't even make it to the playoffs. He didn't win on the play-in, and the other guy got swept. Complete swept. Get the broomstick out. No, hold on. They won one game, right?
Yeah. You're talking about the Lakers. Yeah.
Yeah. They won one game. So my bad. They won one game. But you could tell from Jump Street, they stood no chance against that Nuggets team. No chance.
I mean, they stood a chance. I mean, the games were close. The problem is that when it comes down to it, they're not a better team. They're not better.
I think the reason why the game was close was because the Nuggets wasn't trying. I think that's part of it. I think that the Nuggets wasn't trying. At least in my opinion. I don't think so. But here's the thing, Hoovie. I've always said that when you constantly talk about teams who are not winning, and then I can't remember if the Miami Heat was in first place or second place that year, when they weren't talking about the Heat, they weren't talking about the Bucks, they just kept on talking about the Lakers all the time, and it got frustrated. And I think you were frustrated that year too. They didn't want to talk about the Heat. They want to talk about LA all the time. Always want to talk about LeBron, and the Lakers. And when you don't give these people, recognition, like you see now that they're out, it makes you look stupid. It makes all you guys look dumb because all you want to do is just talk about a team who's not winning anything, who's lucky to be in the playoffs anyway because of a stupid play-in tournament that they decide to implement in the league. It's a waste of time. You could have given all that time to other people to give them their shade, give them their shine. Oh, unfortunately, we had to wait to the playoffs in order for you to do that. And look, I understand. Oh, LeBron James' box office, Steph Curry is box office, KD, is box office, etc. But you, in my opinion, Hoovie, if you want to say that these guys are box office, but yet if you're constantly losing, that's not something that I want to constantly see on my TV. Teams who are constantly on a losing streak, constantly in the 9th or 10th seed. I mean, that's not that how you telling me that's enjoyable to watch? You mean to tell me it's enjoyable to watch, Klay Thompson, acting like a bum at times? You mean to tell me it's good to watch Draymond Green constantly getting ejected so many times, AD constantly getting hurt? Like, no, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. It is time for KD, LeBron James, and Steph Curry to finally realize that you guys are no longer the face in the league anymore. And I'm including Steph on this. I have to include Steph. You guys are not in the face in the league. Now, in my opinion, I think the closest guy that could win a championship out of the three, you're going to disagree. But I think Steph Curry still has a few more years left. I think it's over for LeBron James and Kevin Durant. I think it's over.
So here's the question: what?
My bad.
I just want to say,
my bad. I think it's over for those guys. And this is the other picture that I wanted to show real quick. Right here. Where is it? Hold on.
What does all this have to do with Kevin Durant and the Suns?
No. I'm gonna get there. Do you remember this picture?
Yeah.
Okay. So it says no Steph, LeBron, or KD in the second round of the NBA playoffs. Now, I have said to a couple of people, and I'm going to say it here. Do you remember what I said about the NFL when I said that Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, who else did I say? Russell Wilson, Joe Flacco, even though he played, really good, this past season. Do you remember what I said about those quarterbacks?
You have to move aside.
I said it's time for you guys to move aside and have everybody else take over. We have Patrick Mahomes now. We have Joe Burrow now. We have all these other guys now. And unfortunately, who will win 86? I'm going to have to say the same thing here. KD, LeBron, Steph. And I'm really, and it breaks my heart to say this, but even Steph, it's time for you guys to step aside and have guys like Tatum, Giannis, Anthony Edwards. It's time for these guys to have their shine. It's time for John Morant to have his shine. You know what I'm saying? Now that we have these newcomers, in the NBA, they are taking over now. They are taking over, and they are better. And because they are better, we are constantly seeing them in a huge trajectory, while LeBron James, KD, and even Steph Curry are on a decline. They're getting older, and it's time for them to step aside. It's time for them to step aside. It's over. It's over. And this whole thing about Kevin Durant. Did you have anything to say before I talk about Kevin Durant?
No, I'm just saying that all three guys are still great. Either that their teams are not good. All three of their teams stink.
Do you think in these three guys are in the top 5?
I wouldn't put them in the top 5.
Top 10.
The only one I can make an argument for.
You're hesitating.
Yeah, I know. The only one I could make an argument for is Kevin Durant. He's the only one I can make an argument for.
And that's interesting. That's interesting. I thought you were going to say LeBron James, but okay, that's
No, but if it was him, and then if between the three, I would rank Durant, LeBron, and then Steph.
No, I don't think that's too crazy. But the KD did get swept, and who had a big 3? So I'm kind of surprised you put him ahead of LeBron. But okay,
yeah, because he's not the reason why. He's not the reason why they lost. He's not the reason why they lost. They lost because, well, I mean, we might as well talk about it now. And like the biggest fail in NBA history, I don't buy that either.
When you have a big 3, it is a big fail. The reason why I said it's the biggest, and I said this in the Discord, the reason why I said this is the biggest is because these guys were healthy.
Yeah, they were healthy, but they have nothing behind them. The reason why the team that I think is the biggest fail is the Brooklyn Nets, and it's more than just it's more than just the accomplishments. They had a perennial championship contending team, and yet they let all the outside noise screw that over. You know what I mean? You had players who didn't want to get vaccinated, and you had players who you got injury. You had coaches getting fired. You just had a bunch of garbage that was going on with that organization.
Okay,
that's why I consider it to be the biggest fail.
Go ahead.
Because the thing is this, I don't look at Bradley Beal as a big 3 type player.
You don't?
No. I think he's a very good player. I do think he's a very good player. But he like I said, I think a couple weeks ago, I'm not mortgaging the future for Bradley Beal. I'll do it for Devin Booker. Oh, I'll do it for Kevin Durant. Not for Bradley Beal. And with the Nets, I would mortgage the future for Durant. Oh, I would do it for Harden. Kyrie I'm only hesitant on Kyrie because I don't think you can be. I don't think your team's good with him being your best player. I don't think because it's the same thing with the Anthony Davis thing. And now I did say that Anthony Davis is not a superstar. Let me paraphrase what I mean by that, because when I think about it, the more I think about it, the stupider I sound. But
Okay.
here's the thing. I don't think I don't rate. Look, if you can make your team great by yourself, then I think you're an amazing player. I think you're a superstar. Even if you can only get to the first round and you can't win because everyone else around you is garbage, right? That was Dwayne Wade was for 2 years in Miami, where he was. The reason why they were above 500 was because of him.
Yeah.
And only him. Like the Cavaliers, like what happened with LeBron James and the Cavaliers in 07, where he took him to the NBA Finals. It was him and nobody else.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But when you have a guy like Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving who's with one team, right, who's the main star on one team, and they're barely make the playoffs, or if they do make the playoffs, they get swept in the first round. Yeah, I don't consider you a superstar. If you can't make your team better. Because let's be real, and with Kyrie, his biggest indictment is with Boston. He was with Brown and Tatum, and they got their asses kicked in the first round.
They did,
and he was garbage in that series. So I don't know if I'm not going to say they're not superstars, but they're not players that I can. If they're your best player, I don't know if I can trust you.
I mean, you had a guy like Kevin Durant who was a regular season MVP, who won 2 championships, even though I don't count those. Mm-hmm. And you have a guy on his left, on our on our left, his right, Devin Booker, who scored 70 plus points, who went to the NBA Finals, who had you had idiots saying that he was going to be the next Kobe Bryant. I don't know who in the right mind would think that. But you had these things, about Devin Booker, and then you also have Bradley Beal, who was an all-star, who, in my opinion, did make Washington relevant at least for a little while.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. No, and I remember Bradley Beal made a comment saying, "Oh, I've never been swept before." Well, you can't get swept if you never make the playoffs. Bro, when he was their best player, that team was fucking irrelevant. The last time they were relevant was when John Wall was on that team with Bradley Beal.
Yeah, when they were playing together.
Yeah.
But
when he was there by himself collecting fat checks, that team was garbage.
I mean, but I think at the end of the day, when you have a squad like this who's healthy, you expect them to win championships. When you decide to construct a team like this, you expect championships or it's just a bust.
Yeah, that is true. But the problem
at least with the Nets, because you mentioned people didn't want to take the vax and all the other stuff. Mm-hmm. At least there was outside influences and injuries was the cause of them, not winning anything.
Yeah, but all that stuff was self-inflicted. All that stuff was self-inflicted. All that stuff that they did to themselves was self-inflicted.
Here, on the other hand, they were completely healthy.
Yeah, but the problem is they don't have, past Bradley Beal, their team is very, very thin. Very thin. And maybe in the Eastern Conference they can get away with it, but out West you can't do that.
Okay.
You can't do that.
So I guess the last thing I want to mention is how well, actually I want you to go first this time. How do you feel about this?
Let me see. About him not being comfortable in the offense?
Yeah.
I mean, the stats show that he wasn't comfortable with the offense, and still put up great numbers. But that offense was just Bradley Beal is your time. Okay, Devin Booker is your turn. All right, Kevin Durant, it's your turn. Like they don't run a precise offense. It's just guys taking turns. And that's what happens when you don't have a traditional point guard on your team. And I said it when it happened. When it comes to Bradley Beal, like I don't know if I'm mortgaging the future for him because I don't know if he fits well with Devin Booker. I don't think he fits well with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. I don't think he does. Because at the end of the day, you only have one basketball.
Okay. I'm just gonna say one thing, and then we could because I am getting a little a little tired. We've been on here for a while, dude. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm really getting irritated about Kevin Durant. This guy who had nothing but elite talent throughout his whole entire career. If you want to say, well, when he was in Seattle, that doesn't count, fine. We
know what you mean, and the facts are you're right. You're not wrong.
This dude had elite talent around him.
Mm-hmm.
When he was in OKC, he goes to freaking the Warriors, knowing that they was already annihilating the league anyway without you. Then you decide to insert yourself in that team. Then you go to the Nets with another elite talent. Then you decide to ask for a trade. And you said you wanted to go to the Suns. You said you wanted to go to Phoenix. And now you're uncomfortable and unhappy there? Dude, how much more do you want? I am sick and tired of these people, of these fans, these coaches, this league constantly catering to people like Kevin Durant. And I'm going to put James Harden in this also because he's guilty of the exact same thing. So is Ben Simmons and the rest of these guys. You mean to tell me with all the money that you got, with all the recognition that you got, you winning 2 championships, now you decide to go to a destination that you choose to go to, you. And now you decide to complain and say that you were not happy and that you were not comfortable in the offense, knowing that you had Booker and Bradley Beal on your side? Dude, I am sick and tired of these guys complaining. There's no excuse anymore for you. There is none. There isn't any. You had talent. See, this is different because what you said about, Dwayne Wade would have been justified to complain. After when Dirk Nowitzki won his last championship, he had the right to complain that he had nobody. You mentioned LeBron James in Cleveland. He had the right to complain about not having any talent around him to win championships. See, those guys actually have a reason to complain. KD have no reason. None whatsoever. You had talent. And you still decide to complain. You were happy with the Warriors, especially after the situation with you and Draymond, and the fact that you didn't like people talking about how those championships didn't count. You want to be able to win, that you could prove that you can win without Steph Curry. You go to the Nets. You weren't happy there, even though that you're the one that got hurt. But yeah, you weren't happy there. You decide to move. You decide to leave, and you're unhappy again. You are uncomfortable again. Like, bro, enough, dude, man. Enough. You had your money. You had your recognition. You had all of this stuff catering to you. You went to the place you want to go, and I'm still have to hear your complaints?
You think Frank Vogel's going to get fired?
I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't. Because at the end of the day, you mentioned how they didn't have any help around him. Well, he wasn't the one that got rid of Ayton. It wasn't him.
Oh yeah, but Ayton ain't shit. Like they didn't have a point guard. They don't have a legit point guard on that team. And
yeah, but
I think them getting Bradley Beal to me was a huge mistake.
Well, I think having because you see me how I always complain about. I think Kevin Durant is not physical enough. He's too skinny. He had to play power forward and most of the time. because they didn't have anybody else. He had no choice but to be power forward, and obviously he doesn't he clearly doesn't like that position. He clearly doesn't like that position. So I would say if you're not going to blame KD, if you're not going to blame the big three that they have for not delivering, you can't blame the coach. You have to blame the front office. You have to blame the people who actually put this team together, that constructed this team in the first place. Blame them. Don't blame Frank Vogel. He didn't do anything. But at the end of the day, Hoovy, I'm pretty sure you might defend Kevin Durant, saying that I'm wrong. But I'm
No,
trying
I mean, there's nothing to defend. Like, it is what it is at the end of the day. Like, the team to me is not. They're not good enough to win anything, and especially in that conference. And especially in that conference, they don't. What you know what I mean? Like, there's not, what can you do?
Well, so how do you feel about how he has not been able to get out of the first round ever since he left Golden State?
Bro, that's karma biting you in the ass. That's what it is.
You said karma?
Yeah.
Why is it karma?
I mean, you left a great situation in Golden State. So you wanted to build a new team with your friend Kyrie. He ends up not being dependable. Then you decide, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to go to Phoenix. And right now, and again, I don't blame him for what's going on in Phoenix. Right now, you have a team that wants to win a championship, but you have three guys who all need the ball. And all you have is three guys and a bunch of nobodies. You have three guys and a bunch of nobodies.
Well, the whole thing about you saying it's karma because he left, Golden State, even though you always defend him from going there, even he knew that everyone was never going to give him credit, and I think he wanted to prove people like me and everybody and Stephen A. and everybody else wrong, that he can go and win a championship without going to a super team already.
I mean, that's his fault. That's on him.
No, because since he got his two rings, because look, when you backtrack, everybody knew, including you, knew how dominant that Golden State team was prior to KD's arrival. So when he inserted himself with that team, you made it into a position to where obviously it was going to be an easy win for you because nobody else will be able to compete. So by putting yourself in that situation, he wanted to prove that he didn't need to go to a super team to win championships.
But he did go to a super team. That's the thing.
But afterwards.
No, but he went to a super team. And they created one in James Harden.
Well, but James Harden wasn't there when he first got there, though.
Yeah, well, when he first got there, he was hurt.
Yeah.
Remember, he was hurt, and then Kyrie was there, and he'll play his games or whatever, and then do something stupid. Then COVID happened. Then when they had an opportunity to get James Harden, that's what they did.
Yeah.
So he went to another super team. The thing is that it's not because he won on a super team. That's not your problem with him. Your problem with him is that he went to Steph Curry's team. That's the problem. When he in Brooklyn, even though they had a super team, the main guy we all concede is Durant. He's the main guy.
Okay.
Now in Phoenix, you can make the argument that Devin Booker's the main guy, but Devin Booker don't have the same cachet that Durant has.
Okay.
So that, I mean, and to me, him making that decision based on that was dumb. It was dumb. And here's the thing: I think someone said this about Kevin Durant is that he never seems happy, and I agree with that. He always seems miserable wherever he goes.
Exactly what I just said. Yes.
And it's like, bro, you're one of the greatest NBA players of all time. There's nothing to be miserable about. You can't just make decisions just because you feel like, oh, this is the right way, or because of some. And the one thing he does that I don't like neither, also, is every time he gets asked, why do you do this, why do you do that, he always looks for the most convenient scapegoat. He used Draymond Green as the reason why he left Golden State. We all know that's not why he left Golden State. You left Golden State because you felt some type of way with being on Steph Curry's team, and you couldn't get over that.
Oh, okay. So you don't think it had anything to do with fans and sports analysts complaining about him going to his team?
All that has some all that. Okay, because here's the thing, he went on a Twitter space with a random YouTuber.
Yeah,
defending himself.
Yeah,
and we all know about the burner account. Nigga sensitive, uber sensitive. And you left Brooklyn because that was a shit show. That part that I would argue was mainly your fault because you didn't keep your homeboy in check. You know what I mean? Now you're in Phoenix, where you have a team that, I mean, based on paper, based on the expectations, you guys should win a championship. But that roster is not good. It's not good. It's poorly constructed. But that's where you wanted to go. That's where you wanted to go. So I don't feel bad for him. There's nothing to defend. Like, he's one of the best players of all time, but he's also a guy who tends to let his emotions get the best of him when it comes to decision making. Who cares too much about what other people think?
Okay.
And I mean, I can't. What am I supposed to do? Like, I can't. I'm not gonna feel bad for him. He this is what he wanted. This is what he wanted.
All right.
All right. So let me read some comments.
Yeah, and then let's get out of here.
Yeah. Okay. So let me read some comments. I can't read all of them, but I'll read some.
Okay.
He said this is a guy that claimed he was snubbed from an all-star team for years. He's averaged 20 points in only one season ever. And he's talking about Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with Harris. I think he's a good dude. But you get paid a lot. You get paid way too much money to only take 2 shots. You only took 2 shots. I don't understand that. And with Maxey struggling for most of the game, like, come on, bro. Definitely a solid starter, but he's overpaid. His contract is handicapping the team. I would say yeah.
I think he's the best player.
I mean, yeah, bench player, like, but you can't be making that money and only take 2 shots. That's crazy. He said he thinks Curry's better than KD.
I think Curry is better than KD also.
In hindsight, Curry has almost always been better than KD. That's not true. I
think that's true. Especially when he was annihilating the league by himself. I absolutely agree with that.
Nah, I'd rather have KD. Only difference.
Wait. You rather have KD knowing that Steph has more rings than him?
Yeah, because I'm taking the player, not the rings.
Who? The guy won more.
Yeah, but I'm taking Durant.
Okay, well, I'm taking Steph, and clearly I won more than you.
No, that's fine, but I'm worried about team construction. I guarantee you, I'll make a better team than you do.
He already won more, so you already lost that.
No, I'm talking about me. I'm making a better team than you.
Sure.
You said if Ray Allen is considered a piece of the big three, then Bradley Beal should also.
I agree.
I'm not putting Bradley Beal and Ray Allen in the same sentence. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. In my opinion, the true big three was KG, Pierce, and Rondo.
Yeah, but you could also say the same thing for Miami.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would compare Aiden to Shaq. There's no. Booker said, "No, we're not double teaming in open gym." When Kobe was asked what he would do in that situation, he said he would say, "You gotta send another one." Kobe and Shaq, especially Shaq, were much stronger than Booker and Aiden.
Yeah, you could say that if you want to say that, that Suns team was probably, very, very soft. That probably has something to do with it too. I don't think Devin Booker could handle a lot of physicality either. But again, they got rid of all of their size, so they 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 had no choice but to be physical, and they couldn't handle it, unfortunately.
Booker's arms look slightly more defined than in his rookie year. I remember in 2019 talking to my coworker if Book could be the next Kobe. He said no, too scrawny. KD, on the other hand, refuses to make any sort of noticeable improvement to his physique. But the thing is that it hasn't mattered. Westbrook's career is more respectable than Durant's. I don't agree with that at all.
I agree. You went to a team where you could guarantee winning a championship, knowing that nobody would be able to beat you guys. I agree.
I'm taking Durant's career by a lot.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just talking. We're just talking about the respectable part.
Let me see the last one. This is the last one I'm going to read. Steph was the best player on 4 chips. KD was the best player on 0 chips.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, those two. Look, I'm not going to argue this, but the best player in those 2 championships was Durant.
No, it was not.
To me, it was Durant. But anyway,
it's funny that you said that, knowing prior to him going to Golden State, you agree with me that Steph Curry was the best player in the league. So what changed?
He was the
what
consensus
changed?
number one. He was the consensus number 1 player in the league around 2016.
What changed?
What changed? I think Durant's a better player.
No. Okay, so if that was the case, then he should have been better than Steph before he went to Golden State.
I mean, Steph Curry was making all those threes. He was changing the league.
Okay, that doesn't matter.
But based on their skill set, I'm taking Durant.
You're not being consistent.
It's not about consistency. It's about giving the player who's the best player in the league at the time his props. I'm giving him his props.
No,
if I had to pick, if I had to pick a player to start a franchise with, I'm not picking Steph Curry as number 1.
I am, because you saw how dominant you saw how he was destroying the league by himself.
Yeah, and along with Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and the rest of those boys.
Yeah, but again, I'll say one last time, you can't say that he was the best player 2016, and say, because if you're gonna say he was the best player at that time, that means he's better than Kevin Durant. All of a sudden, Kevin Durant joins him. Now Kevin Durant is the best player. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
why is he better than Kevin Durant when he does not join a team, but Kevin Durant is better than him once he joins the team?
Look, if I had to pick between the 2, I'm picking Kevin Durant.
You didn't answer the question, but okay.
I did answer the question. Like, if I'm picking between the 2, like, I mean, look, like his team, like, look, they had 73 wins. Yeah, he was the best player in the league. He was the best performing player in the league. But if I had to pick a player to start my franchise with around that time, I'm picking either Durant or LeBron. Because they're bigger.
That wasn't the question, but okay, that's fine. We could get out of here.
All right, so Malta, thank you for watching, bro. Huge shout out to Critical Drop and Retu 399.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys for joining us. Ruben, thank you for watching. Nolan, thank you for watching. And I think that's about it. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. Torian, thank you for watching, bro. Thank you for watching. All right, but we gotta get out of here, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time. This is a long podcast, but I enjoyed it though. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I just didn't expect the Pokemon and especially the Stellar Blade. I did not expect it for it to go that long, but it was definitely cool. But this is the Traditionalist 101 signing out. You guys have a good one.
All right, good night.